Chapter 1018. The Demon Ancestral Tree of Us, the demons, has finally descended. This time, who can stop us? The demons stop us? Kill anyone who dares to stop us. The descent of the demon ancestral tree had caused the demon kings to enter a state of extreme excitement, almost to the point of insanity. There were several times when the overall situation was in their grasp, but the tables were turned several times. After experiencing countless twists and turns, in the end, victory still belonged to the demons, belonged to them. This was supreme glory. Ha ha! Blackstone, you died so early, but Nine Nether survived. This is your misfortune, but my fortune. Nine Nether Demon laughed so hard that he was about to cry. Previously, he was chased by the Dragon King and Xianho. Now, he was hiding far away from Yichun. As a proud demon's, Nine Nether felt that he was about to suffocate. He wished he could immediately restore his cultivation realm and kill everyone. This day has finally come. The giant Devil Emperor looked up at the sky. Aside from excitement and joy, there was also a strong sense of savagery. Not good. Everyone in Elysium looked at the giant ancient tree that had suddenly appeared. This ancient tree was abnormally huge. It was thousands of miles tall and had already pierced through the 3 layers of heaven. The crown of the tree was open, and the 3 layers of heaven couldn't close. No, the 3 layers of heaven seemed to be afraid of the giant ancient tree and retreated far away, exposing the starry sky to everyone's sight. For the first time, the starry sky was so close to the ground, so clear. The ancient tree was different from ordinary trees. The trunk and branches were covered with black scales. These black scales opened and closed as if they were breathing. And in the center of the trunk, there was a giant demon face. Its eyes were blood red, filled with anger and violence. On the branches, the leaves were bigger than humans. These leaves were pitch black and had complicated veins on the surface. These veins would make ordinary people dizzy just by looking at them. They contained the great Tao, contained the rules, and endless demon power flowed through the veins. The entire ancient tree was emitting a black light. Wherever the demonic light shone, the rules of Elysium all retreated. There was only one kind of rule there, and that was the rule of demons. Rolling demon energy spread in all directions, not to mention around the ancient tree. Even the starry sky was contaminated with a large amount of demon energy. This was the demon ancestral tree, the supreme holy relic of demons. The rule of demons has a limited range. Continue to kill. A roar awakened everyone in true spirit world. Everyone could see that Yi Chen's killing speed had become even faster. Before the crimson sword light could disperse, Yi Chen had already dashed toward another person. With a sudden glance, the void was sliced into arcs by the crimson sword light, and the arcs were filled with demon kings of the demon race. Yi Chen is right. The rule of demons can't affect this place. Kill. Kill as many as you can. Stop them from approaching. Everyone reacted, and their eyes turned red. At this moment, it was truly a moment of life and death. Letting a single demon king escape would be a huge disaster for them. They couldn't let a single one escape. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to stop them. In desperate straits, one's potential would burst forth. Some ordinary life and death kings had already exhausted their potential, but in this crisis, their potential would surge forth once again. Each and every move of theirs would be carried out to their heart's content. Their might was several times greater than before, and even doubled. However, they all ignored the changes in their bodies and only knew to kill. Either the enemy died, or they died. There was no other choice. I can't accept this. The demon ancestral tree is right in front of me. Why am I dying at this moment? Demon kings fell one after another. Before their deaths, they roared in unwillingness. The demon ancestral tree was, after all, only a single tree. It couldn't be more powerful than the entire Elysium. It could only affect an area of several 100,000 li. Only in that area could the rule of demons exist. Outside of that area, there was still the rule of Elysium. At this moment, the place where everyone was fighting was millions of li away from the demon ancestral tree. It seemed as if something was preventing the demon ancestral tree from descending. The reason why they could instantly see the demon ancestral tree was because the demon ancestral tree was too big, and the ripples it emitted were also too frightening. Nine Nether, you can die now. Seeing Nine Nether Demon King, Yichen instantly changed his flight path and flew toward him. Yichen, you can't kill me. I can't die. Nine Nether was shocked and frantically tried to escape. It had to be said that he did have some ability. Although his strength was only at the 5-star level, he was extremely slippery. Many of the kings of Elysium who wanted to stop him were thrown off by him. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yichen. In just 2 blinks of an eye, Yichen had intercepted him. Yichen, we can talk. If you can spare my life. Before Nine Nether could finish his words, a deep red sword mark appeared on his body. It was neat and tidy from head to toe. The next moment, Nine Nether's body exploded and turned into ashes. What is there to talk about with you? Yichen's voice was illusory, and he had already disappeared from his original spot. The descent of the demon ancestral tree didn't slow down the rate of the Demon King's deaths. Instead, it accelerated. A moment ago, there were still more than 200 Demon Kings, but a moment later, there were less than 150 Demon Kings. However, a third of them were killed by Yichen, and a fifth by Su Jing. The other powerful 6-star kings of Elysium had also killed many Demon Kings. As for those below 6-star, the total number of Demon Kings they killed was very small. This couldn't be blamed on them. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, it was still very difficult for them to kill their opponents at the same level. It was the same logic as before when the Demon Kings wanted to kill them. Originally, Yichen had planned to join forces with the white-haired elder to kill the Troll Emperor. Unfortunately, the Troll Emperor seemed to know their plan. As soon as the two of them killed the Lord of Fear, the Troll Emperor escaped far away. For a while, Yichen couldn't catch up to him. After all, they were separated by more than 1,000,000 miles. Once the Troll Emperor's body grew to a size of several 100 miles, his speed would increase dramatically. Therefore, Yichen gave up on the idea of killing the Troll Emperor now. It would be fine as long as he didn't let the Troll Emperor get close to the demon ancestral tree. Lord Troll Emperor, we've come to help you. Right at this moment, 8 demon kings suddenly rushed out of the demon ancestral tree. The aura of these 8 demon kings was extremely frightening, even more frightening than the Troll Emperor. Among them, 5 were at the peak of the 5th layer of life and death realm, while the other 3 were at the 6th layer of life and death realm. They had completely recovered, and the Elysium couldn't suppress them anymore. They were wearing battle armors made of black leaves, which seemed to counteract the suppression of the Elysium's rules. The demon ancestral tree was unsealed by them. Even before the Troll Emperor escaped, they had already found the demon space and started to arrange arrays, accumulating power. This accumulation took several years, and they only unsealed it today. Otherwise, nobody would have been able to undo the seal of the demon space, not even the Troll Emperor. The 8 demon kings aggressively flew over, and the hearts of the Elysium's people turned cold. Not to mention the 3 6th-layer demon kings. Just the 5 peak 5th-layer demon kings were equivalent to 5 7-star level demon kings. Moreover, they were at least high-grade 7-star level. 6th-layer demon kings were equivalent to 8-star battle strength. 8 star battle strength. What could they use to fight? Huff, huff, huff. However, an opportunity had arrived. 8 vines suddenly shot out of the seabed. These 8 vines were like huge dragons coiling around the 8 demon kings. No matter how powerful they couldn't break free from the vines' bindings. Even splitting their bodies didn't work. The vines seemed to contain the great Tao's rules, locking onto their souls. In the blink of an eye, the 8 demon kings were dragged to the seabed. Immediately afterward, the seawater surged, and waves as high as 10,000 zhang soared into the sky. A colossus emerged from the seawater. It was also an ancient tree, a crimson yellow tree. Its height was not inferior to that of the fiend demon ancestral tree. In fact, it was even taller. At the center of the ancient tree was a face. It was an extremely aged face, and one could see that there were countless pores on its trunk that were constantly breathing. This is the undying tree? Everyone's eyes widened. As far as they knew, only the undying tree could contend against the demon ancestral tree in Elysium. If the demon ancestral tree was the supreme relic of the demons, then the undying tree would be the supreme relic of Elysium. This was their first time seeing the undying tree. Ever since the ancient war, the undying tree had never shown itself. As the undying tree appeared, a thick vine was exposed, binding the demon ancestral tree from afar. It turned out that the reason the demon ancestral tree couldn't approach was because it was bound by the vine of the undying tree. The fact that the undying tree had actually appeared from the seabed was truly inconceivable. Only a few people knew that the roots of the undying tree covered more than half of Elysium. Its main body could travel underground and appear anywhere. Impossible. How could the undying tree revive? The Troll Emperor clearly knew about the undying tree as well. He also knew that the undying tree had been chopped off during the ancient war. During the First War, Elysium was incomparably powerful, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. At that time, Ancient Emperor was a 9th layer life and death realm expert with monstrous battle strength. Therefore, among the experts dispatched by the demons and evil spirit race, there were also peerless 9th layer life and death realm experts. However, at that time, the world barrier of Elysium had been pierced through by the heavenly sword, and the rules had been leaked. Therefore, their realm would not be suppressed. The undying tree was chopped off by the 9th layer life and death realm experts of the demons, and Ancient Emperor had also destroyed the demon ancestral tree of the demons. As supreme relic, the demon ancestral tree and the undying tree were existences comparable to 9th layer life and death realm experts. Only experts of the same realm could heavily injure or even destroy them. Rumble! Countless vines fluttered in the sky, each of them several thousand li long. As they waved, the demon ancestral tree was forcibly sent flying even further away. The demon ancestral tree was clearly not to be trifled with. It crazily collided with the undying tree. Demonic chi overflowed, and demonic clouds surged. That powerful demonic light burned the branches of the undying tree. Chapter 1019. Truly frightening. The appearance of the undying tree made Yi Chun heave a sigh of relief, but the battle between the demonic ancestral tree and the undying tree made him smack his lips. Although the demonic ancestral tree had once been destroyed, and this one had grown later, after hundreds of thousands of years, even if the demonic ancestral tree hadn't reached its peak, it wouldn't be far from reaching the 8th layer of life and death realm. On the other hand, the undying tree was the same as the demonic ancestral tree, having been chopped off by a peerless demons expert in the ancient era. After sleeping for countless years, it should have recovered quite a bit of Yuan Qi. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to tie down the demonic ancestral tree. The battle between the two was at least at the 8th layer of life and death realm. The scene was indescribable. At least Yi Chen knew that even the slightest shockwave would be enough to kill him. Apart from this, the bodies of the two were too huge. They were thousands of li tall and hundreds of li thick. Su Jing's dragon body might not be any shorter than the two, but it was much more slender. Moreover, Su Jing's battle strength would drop after becoming bigger. But the two ancient trees clearly didn't have such a thing because they were their true bodies. How could their battle strength be weakened when using their true bodies? Crack! Crack! The battle between the two ancient trees affected an unimaginable range. In the sky, tens of thousands of li-long spatial cracks would appear from time to time. The boundless ocean also became turbulent because of their battle, reaching the 9 heavens. The ocean beasts within this range were out of luck. Under the battle between the two terrifying existences, they were all instantly killed. Unfortunately, they didn't have much intelligence. If they did, they would have escaped to other oceans to avoid calamity during the battle between the alien races and Elysium. Countless years later, this vast ocean was still deathly still. No living creature could survive here because the demons and Elysium's laws were intertwined together, capable of destroying all living things. But it was also because of this that countless treasures and ores had appeared here, turning this place into one of the most frightening forbidden zones. Of course, this was a story for the future. Due to the appearance of the undying tree, the demons gave up on the idea of approaching the demon ancestral tree. Going there now was no doubt that they would be seeking death. As long as they did not get close, they would be turned into ashes by the aftermath of the battle between the two. If they couldn't get close to the demon ancestral tree, they wouldn't be able to accept the demon's rules. This made the demon kings feel disheartened. Were they still going to lose this war? Every time the situation seemed to be in their grasp, the tables would be turned. When the abyssal ancestral tree had descended, they had been happy for a while, but they had never imagined that the tables would be turned again. Unless the demonic ancestral tree could defeat the undying tree, no one would be able to stop the demonic ancestral tree. Anyone in front of it would be trash, unable to withstand a single blow. However, the battle between the demon ancestral tree and the undying tree would not end in a short time. Would they still be there when it ended? That Yi Chen's hands were stained with the blood of their demon kings. Several hundred demon kings had died at his hands before the abyssal ancestral tree, and the undying tree decided a victor. He could completely annihilate them. How could this be? The Troll Emperor's eyes were dazed, filled with bewilderment. After planning for such a long time, it still couldn't beat all sorts of accidents. Yi Chen's continuous growth, the stronger he encountered, and the sudden appearance of the undying tree. These were all things he hadn't expected. Chi! Just as the Troll Emperor was in a daze, a sharp sword flew over. The Troll Emperor was startled and hurriedly turned his body. However, the speed of the sword was too fast, and his right arm was instantly severed from the shoulder. This wasn't the end. The sharp sword soared into the sky, and when it came down, it turned into 64 sword images. These sword images formed an 8 trigrams diagram, covering the Troll Emperor. You want to trap me? Don't even think about it. The Troll Emperor's anger and unwillingness erupted. He punched the 8 trigram sword formation. The vast and ferocious fist energy caused the 8 trigram sword formation to show signs of collapsing before it even landed. Between the sword images, sparks flew, and clanging sounds rang out. The spatial barrier was instantly burned into countless tiny black holes. Dimensional shift. Far away, the white-haired old man formed a seal with both hands. His powerful will followed the completion of the seal, fluctuating violently. In an instant, the white-haired old man's right hand reached out, as if he had grabbed something. Slowly but firmly, he retracted his hand. Kacha! A terrifying scene occurred. The Troll Emperor and the space he was in were directly cut off, and then shifted in the direction of the white-haired old man and Yi Chun. Every time it flickered, it would travel more than 200,000 li. Unfortunately, it was only a single flicker. After another flicker, the Troll Emperor collapsed the space that was cut off and flew in the opposite direction. Troll Emperor, since you're here, why leave? While using the 9 return to 1 sword art and the 8 trigrams extermination sword art to entangle the Troll Emperor, Yi Chun had already approached. Soon after, the white-haired old man used some unknown secret art and dragged the Troll Emperor over. The distance between the two decreased by another 200,000 li. At this moment, Yi Chun had already arrived in the sky above the Troll Emperor. Ah! The Troll Emperor crazily roared. This kind of roar was filled with the unwillingness of a hero who had no way out. If he, the Troll Emperor, could recover to his peak, he would never be afraid of anyone. Although he was not one of the best among the 7th Life and Death Realm warriors, he still had a great reputation. But now, he was being chased by a mere 7-star genius. Humiliation, unwillingness, and hatred filled his heart, igniting a demonic flame on his body. Fiend Progenitor Tree, you have arrived. As the supreme sacred object of our Fiend tribe, spread your power across the heavens and earth. Our Fiend tribe should not be defeated again. The Troll Emperor's voice came from his soul and spread out fiercely. Several million li away, the demon ancestral tree seemed to have heard the Troll Emperor's voice. Its black leaves rustled, and in the next moment, countless leaves automatically fell off, shooting toward the Troll Emperor's direction. Air-piercing sounds were like millions of locusts covering the sky and covering the earth. Crackle! The undying tree no longer attacked the demon ancestral tree. Countless vines crisscrossed in the air, forming an inescapable net in the void. As soon as the black leaves were hit by the vines, they immediately turned into ashes. However, there were too many of them. No matter how dense the net was, there were still some that slipped through. Those that slipped through the net were less than 1% of the total number of leaves. But at a glance, there were at least millions of them. They broke free from the undying tree's blockade and flew out in a dense mass. The momentum of the black leaves was too great, and everyone noticed them. Ha! This is the leaf of the demon ancestral tree. It contains the demon's rule. Although it's not even 1/10,000th of the demon ancestral trees, the demon ancestral tree is not far from here, with the demon ancestral tree's leaf protecting us. Even if we can't increase our realm by 1 level, we can at least increase by half a level. Moreover, our demon's martial arts can be used freely, and we won't be suppressed. The demon kings were already in despair. There were less than 100 of them, and each demon king had to face 2 or 3 kings of Elysium. The situation had been reversed. Seeing the demon ancestral tree's leaf flying through the air, hope was ignited in their hearts. It's a never-ending battle. The demonic race had been tormented and had been turned around time and time again. How could the people of True Spirit World not be the same? No matter how stupid they were, they knew that the demonic ancestral tree's leaves could greatly increase the strength of the demonic race. Some Elysium kings tried to attack the black leaves, but these leaves had incomparable spirituality. They flickered a few times and dodged. Then 12 leaves wrapped around a demon king, forming a black battle armor on their bodies. This is great. I've advanced from the 3rd layer to the peak of the 3rd layer. My consumed essence, chi, and soul have also been replenished. I don't have any injuries or weakness. Some demon kings were pleasantly surprised. If the harvest of these demon kings was already great, then the harvest of the Troll Emperor was even greater. The black battle armor on his body was composed of 36 leaves. compared to the battle armors of other demon kings. The one on the Troll Emperor's body was even more majestic and tyrannical. Surging demonic power spread out with him, as the center, looking extremely frightening. Good. Worthy of the demon ancestral tree's leaf. The Troll Emperor laughed heartily. He was originally at the 5th layer of life and death realm. After wearing the black battle armor, his realm rose to the peak of the 5th layer, causing his demonic power to double. The demonic power he had lost before was completely replenished. Moreover, the essence, chi, and soul he had lost due to being sealed for countless years had also been completely restored. He was no longer in a weak state. Yi Chun, didn't you want to fight? Then let's fight. The Troll Emperor turned around, no longer running. The leaves of the demon ancestral tree not only helped the demon kings, but also helped the demon army on the gazing ocean. The Sea of Soul, realm demons, wore black battle armors composed of 3 leaves. The astral reaching demons wore black battle armors composed of 1 leaf. Due to their low cultivation base, the suppression they received was also low. With the black battle armors on their bodies, their realm was no longer suppressed, and they were at their peak. Roar. The demon ancestral tree's leaves were limited, and the number of people who could obtain the black battle armors was also limited. Only 1/3 of the people had them. However, this was already enough. Like a black flood, the demon army was unstoppable. Wherever they went, blood and demonic chi filled the air. Are we going to die just like this? As the comrades beside her died, one after another, Ji Shuiyan bit her lips, causing blood to flow out. Kill! More than 10 half-step demon kings charged at Ji Shuiyan. Their frightening auras were several times stronger than before, as if they were aided by a god. Among them, the most powerful one was a half-step demon king at the 3rd layer of life and death chamber. As the auras approached, Ji Shuiyan's protective Zhen Yuan shattered like tofu. Ji Shuiyan closed her eyes. At this moment, even if her strength had increased by several times, it would be useless. This was a situation of certain death. Bang! Just as her body was about to shatter into pieces, a black sword light suddenly spread out with Ji Shuiyan at the center. All the demons that came in contact with this sword light instantly turned into a bloody paste. Behind Ji Shuiyan, a phantom appeared. This phantom was exactly the same as Yi Chun. Chapter 10:20. It turned out that what Yi Chun had shot into Ji Shuiyan's Sea of Soul was a drop of Zhen Yuan containing a powerful sword intent. This drop of Zhen Yuan would only be activated at the moment of life and death. This drop of Zhen Yuan had been compressed, but Yi Chun didn't dare to compress it too much. After all, Zhen Yuan couldn't exist in one Sea of Soul. Even with the guidance of the sword intent, it was still extremely dangerous. However, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan was not something ordinary kings could compare to. This was the 2nd layer Zhen Yuan of life and death realm, combined with the peak 6th step destruction sword intent, not to mention those under life and death realm. Even famous kings wouldn't be able to kill Ji Shuiyan. Apart from this drop of Zhen Yuan containing sword intent was different from the Zhen Yuan left in the soul sea of other kings. Their Zhen Yuan could only passively defend and couldn't actively attack. It was just like how Dragon King had left a strand of Zhen Yuan in Yi Chen's soul sea, which couldn't actively attack. However, sword intent was sword intent after all, and it had a powerful offensive nature. The destruction sword intent was even more so. Not only could it passively defend Ji Shuiyan, it could also counterattack because for sword artists, offense was the best defense. The black sword light suddenly appeared, killing all the incoming half-step demon kings. Ji Shuiyan stared blankly, then seemed to realize something. You've already saved me twice. In Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, Yi Chun had already saved her once. Since we meet again, it must be fate. Live well. This sword intent Jun Yuan won't be continuously consumed. It will only be activated at the moment of life and death. Yi Chen's phantom behind Ji Shuiyan spoke. Different from other people's Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen's sword intent Zhen Yuan was full of spirituality. It wouldn't be continuously consumed once it was activated. This way, it could save a person many times. As for being able to speak, it was because Yi Chun had imprinted this sentence into the sword intent Zhen Yuan in advance. It wasn't only Ji Shuiyan. King phantoms appeared behind many people, such as Xuanho's demon flower emperors, Su King's, Dugu Ju's, Dantai Mingyue's, but most of them were Yi Chen's. Leaving a strand of Zhen Yuan in someone's sea of soul consumed a lot of energy. However, Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of ordinary kings, so he was somewhat unrestrained. Puff, 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 puff. Yan Jianwei, Dongfang Bai, and Lung Xinghan formed the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword array, which was invincible. Even if they encountered a half-step demon king, they could still fight. However, there were just too many of them, and many of them had their strength increased by several times. The Little Big Dipper 7-star sword array couldn't handle it and collapsed instantly. The 7 of them were drowned in the qi flow. However, in the next second, the qi flow bounced back, and 7 black arcs of sword light spread out in a fan shape. The many demons who were about to rush over were instantly chopped into meat paste. Since when did Master leave Zhen Yuan in our Sea of Soul? Dongfang Bai was shocked. So Big Brother has been protecting us all the time. Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were very touched. The reason why Yi Chen didn't let them know about the Zhen Yuan was because he was afraid that they would become careless and have a change of heart. Therefore, he only secretly shot the Zhen Yuan into their Sea of Soul. This way, in order to survive, they would have to use all their strength and stimulate their potential. However, they wouldn't be killed by the enemy. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It wasn't just them. Many people in the Fallen Dust Sword sect had Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan in their Sea of Soul. However, they didn't know about it, and even Yi Chen's parents didn't know about it. I knew that Master couldn't bear for us to die. Huang Sume giggled. With her intelligence, she had actually guessed some of it, but she didn't dare to be sure. Because of this, she had searched in the Sea of Soul for a long time, trying to find some clues. Unfortunately, with her cultivation, how could she find Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan? Therefore, she wasn't too sure. Now, the truth had finally been revealed. Master has put in a lot of effort. Obviously, he hopes that we can stimulate our potential in the fierce battle and surpass ourselves. We shouldn't let him down. Yan Jianwei took a deep breath and said, "That's right." Lung Xinghan nodded. There was a huge difference between the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation and the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. One required 7 people to set up, while the other required 49. The difference in power was more than 10 times. Therefore, the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation that Yi Tianhao and Shun Yuqing were in had never been broken. No matter how many enemies there were, no matter how powerful they became, the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation would be able to break them all. Of course, the reason why the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation was so powerful was because the swords in their hands were different. They were 7-star swords that Yi Chun had specially made for them, and every one of them was high rank. Semi-extreme rank swords would consume too much Zhen Yuan, and Yi Chun didn't have that many semi-extreme rank materials. Without going through a bloody battle, one would not be able to grow faster. After this huge battle, those who survive will all be the elites of our Fallen Dust Sword sect. Yi Tianhao said slowly, "I hope this bloody battle will end soon." Shun Yuqing was a woman after all, and she couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Zhang Haoren Luo Hanshan, Zhu Mei, and Yi Hai, who had just returned home before the battle. Many of them had Yi Chen's silhouette appearing behind their backs. Beams of black sword light were shooting out, seeming to be unstoppable. This was a bit like bullying, since Yi Chen's sword intent Zhenyuan contained too much power. Yi Chen, you are indeed mysterious. Luo Hanshan smiled. He didn't expect this kind of change at all. He and Zhu Mei were already prepared to die. In another area, thank you. Lynch thanked Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran forced a smile and said, I should thank the leader. It was not him who had saved Lynch, but the sword intent Zhenyuan in his soul lotion that belonged to Yi Chen. The battle in the sea gazing was extremely fierce, and the battle of the kings on the ocean had once again become intense. Nearly 100 demon kings were all wearing black battle armors, which increased their strength by several folds. The originally one-sided situation was now showing signs of turning around. Only a few people like Su Jing could still control the situation. As for Yi Chen's side, although the strength of the two sides was not as strong as the demon ancestral tree and the undying tree, the intensity of the battle was not inferior at all. Raising his cultivation to the peak of the fifth sky of life and death realm didn't bring much battle power to the Troll Emperor, but his spirit, chi, and soul had completely recovered, allowing him to display the power of the demon's martial arts. This increased the strength of the Troll Emperor by 8 folds, reaching the peak of 7-star level. At this moment, even if Yuan Emperor were to revive, he wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Boom, boom. Yi Chen, I'll let you have a taste of the true demon's martial arts. Giant Devil Emperor punched Yi Chen again and again. On his fists, there was a tyrannical darkness, a blazing flash, and a scorching demonic flame at times. They were ever-changing, and their strength was ever-changing. The demon's martial arts are nothing more than this. Yi Chen's battle power was a minor level lower than the Troll Emperor's, only at the peak of 7-star. However, Yi Chen's sword art realm and control over power were not something the opponent could compare with. Even if the opponent attacked with 100% of his power, at least 50% would be neutralized by Yi Chen. On the other hand, when Yi Chen attacked with 100% of his power, the opponent could only attack with brute force. Illusion Demon Martial Art. The Troll Emperor once again displayed the previous demon's martial arts. With a punch, another Troll Emperor appeared directly in front of Yi Chen. This illusion demon martial art was a secret technique of the demons. Only the demons could display it to the limit. The Troll Emperor had only grasped a part of its essence and was far from comprehending it completely. However, it was enough. Old trick. Yi Chen turned his long sword, and the Troll Emperor's fist deviated. However, at this moment, there was an unexpected situation. In the Troll Emperor's body, there was an illusion. The illusion was no different from the Troll Emperor. It threw a punch at Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen had used up all his strength and had yet to generate new strength. The illusion grasped the timing perfectly. Not a bit more, not a bit less. Fool, do you really think this move is so simple? In the distance, the Troll Emperor sneered. I told you, old trick. Yi Chen's expression did not change. The demon's slaughtering sword did not immediately return, but instead moved to the side at an even faster speed. Then, the hilt of the demon's slaughtering sword welcomed the incoming fist. It was obviously a sword hilt, but in Yi Chen's hands, it was no different from a real sword. It was still extremely sharp, and the sword aura was threatening. Moreover, it carried a deep tearing sensation. Pung! The fist and the sword hilt clashed. Yi Chen took 3 steps back, but he did not lose his stance. On the other hand, that illusion seemed to only have enough power for one attack before collapsing instantly. He blocked it The Troll Emperor's pupils shrank. To be honest, he could no longer understand Yi Chen's realm. His battle power was obviously higher than his opponent's. So why was he unable to gain the upper hand? At his peak, as a life and death realm warrior, he could not understand the realm of someone weaker than him. It was simply a slap in his face. Roar! The Troll Emperor's body suddenly expanded, turning into a 100-li-tall giant demon. In terms of power control, he was being toyed in the palm of Yi Chen's hand. Therefore, he decided to suppress his opponent with absolute power. With his demonic power, he could transform into a 100-li-tall demon while still maintaining his peak battle power. Moreover, each of his moves covered an even larger area, making it impossible for Yi Chen to easily disperse his attacks. At the same time that the Troll Emperor enlarged, Yi Chen also enlarged. He naturally knew the benefits of enlarging. This way, the energy eruption would be even more violent. Although it would consume Zhen Yuan, it could completely suppress the opponent. If he continued to deal with Yi Chen with his normal height, he would only be asking for trouble. After all, how could he use a toothpick to push aside a mountain-sized fist? After enlarging, Yi Chen was 10 li tall, which was his limit. If he enlarged any further, his strength would drop. Just like that, a 100-li-tall giant demon and a 5-li-tall human once again clashed. The white-haired, old man frowned as he glanced at the scene and quickly retreated. This level of battle was not something he could interfere in. Intent kings were good at everything, but they could not enlarge. Chapter 10:21. Boom. A fist the size of a small mountain smashed towards Yi Chen. The majestic fist energy tore through the heavens and earth, coupled with the Troll Emperor's 50-kilometer-tall body. It gave people the illusion that the sky was about to collapse. The demon-slaying sword in Yi Chen's hand also became several kilometers long, a true giant sword. Tightly gripping the demon-slaying sword in his hand, Yi Chen's wrist shook frequently, and rays of crimson sword light sprayed out. Thick spatial cracks spread wantonly, surrounding the two of them. The two of them fought from the sky to the depths of the sea, and from the depths of the sea to the starry sky. Finally, they landed on a star with a diameter of more than 50,000 kilometers. This star was a dead star without any life. There was only dust and scorching radiation. From afar, other than the Troll Emperor, who could see a black dot, Yi Chen's figure was almost invisible. However, as the two of them fought, strong lights constantly flashed on the surface of the star. Every time it flashed, the star would tremble violently. The dust floating in the air was directly blown out of the atmosphere by the qi, causing the entire star to become clear. However, the price of clarity meant destruction. The surface of the star was covered in cracks, and flames burned the sky. In the next moment, the entire star broke into pieces, and then violently exploded. As for the two of them, they had already moved to another place to continue fighting. The shockwave from the star's explosion did not affect them in the slightest. Yi Chen, it took me 100 years to create the 3 flowers borrowing the way, but it took me another 50 years to perfect it to its current state. Although you have studied it for a few years and you have my guidance, under normal circumstances, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to cultivate the 3 flowers borrowing the way to the realm of great accomplishment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can take advantage of the continuous battle with the other party to accumulate essence, qi, and spirit, and break through to the realm of great accomplishment in one go. Yuan Emperor's voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. All right. Yi Chen nodded. Before this, he had already trained the 3 flowers of the way to the initial realm. However, the initial realm could only increase his combat power by 50%, which was not enough to kill the Troll Emperor. Moreover, once the effects of the 3 flowers of the way ended, he would be weakened. Thus, he had not used it all this time, preferring to stimulate his potential over and over again. After all, once he was weakened, he would truly be finished. His opponent could easily kill him, and there would be no way for him to turn the tables. He could either not use the 3 flowers borrowing the way, or, if he did, he would have to achieve great mastery in order to multiply his battle prowess. That way, he would have a chance to kill the Troll Emperor instead of being killed by him. However, it was simply too difficult to master the 3 flowers borrowing the way. Even with the guidance of its creator, the Yuan Emperor, it was impossible. After all, the latter had spent 150 years to create this secret technique. If he were to learn it, it would take him at least 5 to 10 years. Boom, boom. The aftermath of the battle was earth-shattering, although Yi Chen's strength did not increase by much. If one were to observe carefully, one would notice that his essence, qi, and soul were increasing in a unique way. Since this kind of increase was extremely slow and not instantaneous, the Troll Emperor did not notice anything strange. Yi Chen, this time you are dead for sure. I can fight with you for a month, but I wonder if you can last a month with your cultivation base? The black armor on the Troll Emperor's body had an extremely unique effect. It could actually absorb the Yuan Qi in the sky and convert it into demonic Qi. Although the process of converting demonic Qi into demonic power was extremely slow, it would still have a great effect after a long time. A battle between you and me does not need a month. One day is more than enough. Yi Chen said indifferently. Humph, then just wait and see. The Troll Emperor sneered. The war on True Spirit Continent was in full swing, while the war on Sky Sword Continent could be said to be a bloodbath. The army of the evil spirit race was 1,000,000, while the army of Sky Sword Continent was 600,000. As for the kings, it was 500 versus 300. Many of the beast kings of Blood Sky Continent had gone to Sky Sword Continent instead of True Spirit Continent. Therefore, the number of kings here was not small. Compared to the evil spirit race, it was 60%. Adding the existence of the Sky Sword Continent, the sword artists of Sky Sword Continent could display extraordinary strength. 600,000 army was equivalent to 700,000 army, further making up for the difference. However, the evil spirit race was not to be trifled with. They launched an all-out attack as soon as they arrived, using 200 puppet battleships to bombard the army of Sky Sword Continent. Although they lost dozens of battleships in the end, they also killed nearly 1/5 of the army of Sky Sword Continent. Suddenly, the Sky Sword Continent was in a difficult situation. As for the high-level kings, Emperor Inshur was invincible. The number of kings of Sky Sword Continent that had died in his hands numbered in the dozens. The one blocking him now was an old monster of Sky Sword Continent, Old Ancestor Sky Sword. This old ancestor was a figure at the same level as Void Ancestor Jailer. He had lived in seclusion for hundreds of years, and his battle strength had reached the high 6-star level. However, it was obvious that he was not a match for Emperor Inshur. Emperor Inshur's strength was not weaker than the Lord of Fear at all. His battle strength had clearly reached the level of a 6-star overlord. When he used the Eclipse Palm technique, it could swallow the sky and corrode the sun. It was extremely terrifying. Old Ancestor Sky Sword was only able to contend with his opponent for a while because he had the home advantage. It was only a matter of time before he died. On the battlefield, the one with the most outstanding performance was, without a doubt, Snow Sword of Gojoseon. Ever since the Great Battle, his strength had made successive breakthroughs, and he had already surpassed his master, Snowflake Sword Emperor. Even Blue Cloud Sword Emperor was inferior to him by quite a bit. Next was Star Sword King. Star Sword King's 7-star point kill sword art had not only cultivated it to the 7th realm, but he had also grasped the ultimate move of 7 kills as one. This made his strength no longer weaker than Snowflake Sword Emperor and Blue Cloud Sword Emperor. Compared to Snow Sword of Gojosian, he was only 30 to 40% weaker. The gap was not too big. As for the other 10 swords of Sky Sword Continent, they were all dead. The 8 young beast lords were also on Sky Sword Continent. Among them, 6 had already died. Only the strongest, young Elephant Lord, and the fastest, young Eagle Lord, were still struggling with all their might. It could be said that Sky Sword Continent was many times more miserable than True Spirit Continent. They had few high-level kings, and they didn't have a peerless character like Yi Chun or a heaven-defying group-killing ability like Su Jing. They didn't have any external help either. If nothing unexpected happened, the chances of Sky Sword Continent falling were more than 90%. If we die together. The 9-headed Serpent Emperor killed an evil king, but he himself was killed by another evil king. However, his death didn't attract any attention. At this moment, everyone was in danger. They couldn't even care about themselves. So how could they pay attention to others? The 9-headed Serpent Emperor's death was like a gust of wind blowing across a lake, leaving behind a few ripples. Zhan Tianxiang Emperor was much more tenacious than the 9-headed Serpent Emperor. At this moment, the advantage of a body-refining king was fully displayed. No matter how many evil kings besieged him, he could still hold on. His chi combined with his peak 5th step spirit body allowed his physical defense to surpass even Su King's. His protective chi power was even stronger than his protective Zhen Yuan. Apart from Zhan Tianxiang Emperor, there was another powerful character on Blood Sky Continent. It was an alluring woman who looked like a demon. Back then, she and Blue Cloud Sword Emperor had investigated the source of the demonic chi. Her true form was a huge yellow python. Her enormous snake body slithered around, and the 3 evil kings besieging her couldn't do anything to her. If Yi Chun were here, he would definitely feel a sense of familiarity. After all, Huang Mei's true form on Gemstone Islands was also a yellow python. From the looks of it, they should be from the same clan. Perhaps Huang Mei was the descendant of this beautiful woman. In Sky Sword Continent's Killing Sword domain, Evil Spirit Race and Sky Sword Continent's armies were engaged in a bitter battle. Among the crowd, Huang Mei's figure suddenly appeared. Her realm was already at the peak of the 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber, only a step away from Life and Death Realm. Although she couldn't be considered a continent-level genius, she could still be considered a peak genius. Great-grandmother insisted on choosing Sky Sword Continent. This is great. I'm afraid we'll be completely annihilated. Huang Mei smiled bitterly. She actually wanted to go to True Spirit Continent, but her grandmother had told her that it was too dangerous. The number of demons there was twice that of Evil Spirit Race, and it didn't have the home advantage. On the other hand, Sky Sword Continent had the heavenly sword converging the sword chi of the world, allowing the sword artists to display extraordinary strength. Apart from Huang Mei, there were 2 other acquaintances here, Yu Bingxin and Yu Lingshuang of Silver Moon White Fox clan. Yu Lingshuang had yet to reach Life and Death Realm, and her realm was the same as Huang Mei's at the peak of the 3rd layer. Yu Bingxin was also at the 3rd layer. Ani, what do you think of True Spirit Continent? Yu Bingxin asked. It should be even more dangerous. Yu Lingshuang guessed. The 2 didn't come to Sky Sword Continent because they felt that True Spirit Continent was dangerous, but because their Silver Moon White Fox clan was here. True Spirit Continent couldn't care less about Sky Sword Continent's miserable situation. Because of the demonic ancestral tree leaf, they had also sunk into bitter battles. In the starry sky, Yi Chun and Troll Emperor had destroyed countless stars. What's going on? How come his spirit, chi, and soul have already climbed to such a level? Troll Emperor was bewildered. The rise of spirit, chi, and soul could allow one to fight more and more valiantly without exhaustion. However, nobody would choose to do so until the very last moment, because it would result in exhaustion, making it unsuitable for a protracted battle. His previous strength was only at the low 7-star level, because he had been sealed for countless years. His spirit, chi, and soul had suffered too much damage. Yichen, give up. Although you can contend against me with your skills for a while, you'll become more and more exhausted as time passes. The giant devil emperor was testing the other party. You'll know very soon. Yi Chun could feel that his spirit, chi, and soul had already reached a limit. If he continued to climb, he would break through this limit and reach the qualifications to communicate with the Three Flowers Great Tao. Dai, Troll Emperor felt a trace of uneasiness. His demonic power surged, and he punched. This time, Yichen didn't reveal his control over his strength. Instead, he met the attack head-on. Bang! Yichen's body shook, and he was blasted away. However, this shake allowed Yichen to break through the limit of his spirit, chi, and soul. Dense spirit, chi, and soul crazily gushed out from the top of his head and connected with the Three Flowers Great Tao. In the next moment, 3 illusory flowers appeared above Yichen's head. 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue. They shone brilliantly. Chapter 10:22. Secret Battle Technique. The Troll Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. He could feel that Yi Chen's essence, chi, and spirit were twice as powerful as before. His terrifying aura was like a cosmic storm, spreading out in all directions. Under the impact of the aura, a group of meteorites nearby exploded into the tiniest specks of dust. Is this the realm of the 3 flowers borrowing the way? The moment the 3 flowers formed, Yi Chen's power skyrocketed. If it was a raging lake before, then it was now a supervolcano that could erupt at any time. Apart from that, the powerful power not only did not burden him at all, but it also made him feel like he could do whatever he wanted. Because the 3 flowers borrowing the way borrowed essence, chi, and spirit. Essence was chi and blood, chi was true essence, and spirit was the soul. With a powerful soul, there was nothing that couldn't be controlled. Moreover, Yi Chen's own soul was enough to handle any sudden increase in power, and there would not be a situation where he could not control his power. Raising his head, Yi Chen looked at the Troll Emperor. Now, we are at the same level in terms of power, but my techniques seem to be several times stronger than yours. Don't try to fool me. It's not like I haven't seen secret battle techniques before. Indeed, when you use the secret battle technique, you will become extremely powerful, but after that, you will also become weak. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As long as I can hold on for this period of time, the one who will die will be you. The Troll Emperor was shocked at first, but then he laughed. If Yi Chen continued to fight with him, he really would not be able to do anything to him. In terms of power control, Yi Chen had already reached a divine level. Perhaps he could use his rich demonic power to exhaust his opponent to death, but who knew what would happen next? Now that Yi Chen had used the secret battle technique, it was his chance. As long as he could hold on for this period of time, victory would be his. He did not think that Yi Chen, whose combat power had doubled, could do anything to him. It was not like he had never encountered enemies stronger than himself. Previously, Yi Chen's combat power was higher than his, so he could not do anything to him. Oh, it seems like you're very confident. Yi Chen was familiarizing himself with the sudden increase in power, so he was not in a hurry to act. As for the Troll Emperor's reaction, it was within his expectations. The Troll Emperor was probably happy to buy time. Confidence is based on reality, but I'm sorry, you don't have the strength to kill me. The Troll Emperor shook his head. Let's give it a try then. Very soon, Yi Chen had familiarized himself with his new power. His strong cellular will gave him amazing adaptability, even though this was his first time performing the three flowers borrowing way. Raising the demon-slaughtering sword high up, Yi Chen's body suddenly flashed, and the sword slashed out. The sword gleamed spread out in an arc like a semicircle towards the Troll Emperor. The giant Devil Emperor took a deep breath and punched out to meet the sword light. Boom! The shockwave exploded, and the Troll Emperor's huge body was sent flying, crashing into a small star nearby. That star immediately cracked, and a huge crater appeared on it. This sword of Yi Chen's was at the same level as the Troll Emperor's. Logically, it should be a draw, but this sword was not that simple. The power was increasing, and as long as the sword gleam did not shatter at the first moment, it would have to endure an even greater force. The sword force was continuous. Green flames burned, and Yi Chen took a step forward, slashing towards the small star and the Troll Emperor on it. Puchi, the green sword veil, extended to an extremely far distance, splitting the small star in half. The Troll Emperor, who was on it, was engulfed by the light produced by the star's explosion. The powerful shockwave split the two sides, and Yi Chen stood 1,000 miles away, his body as stable as Mount Tai. He knew that the Troll Emperor would not die so easily. As expected, in the center of the dazzling explosion, a black dot darted out. It was the Troll Emperor. His body returned to its original size, which was only 5 meters tall. This way, the damage he suffered would be much less. Very good. This sword made me lose 1% of my magic power. But that's it. The Troll Emperor did not care too much. This is just the beginning. The space between Yi Chen's eyebrows suddenly split open, and a silver vertical eye appeared. With a Puchi, a silver beam shot out and bombarded the soul sea of the Troll Emperor. The Troll Emperor's head fell back, and he felt dizzy. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. After using the three flowers borrowing path, Yi Chen's soul power had increased dramatically. Whether it was in quantity or quality, it had doubled, which caused the power of the soul light to increase greatly. Moreover, he could use it many times. This was the reason why Yi Chen was confident that he could kill the Troll Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the Troll Emperor with just his battle power. If he had felt dizzy before, then now the Troll Emperor was having a splitting headache. As a demon, although the Troll Emperor was not proficient in soul secret techniques, his soul was extremely powerful. Almost no one in the same realm could use soul attacks to injure him, let alone destroy his soul. However, Yi Chen's soul attack had exceeded his expectations. It was actually this powerful. Of course, this was due to the secret technique, but it was also related to Yi Chen himself. How could he know that Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of a normal king? The strength of his soul was also unparalleled in Elysium because he had cultivated a Yuan soul secret technique. Yuan soul lock kill. After 4 consecutive soul lights, Yi Chen used the Yuan soul lock kill. An invisible golden halo shot out and entered the Troll Emperor's soul sea like lightning. It then suddenly shrank and wrapped around the Troll Emperor's soul sea. It started to spin and cut as if it wanted to cut the Troll Emperor's soul sea in half. Bastard! The giant Devil Emperor howled in grief. The 4 beams of silver light caused his soul sea to tremble and crack. Then his soul sea was covered by a sharp golden ring of light. Although this golden ring of light was made of soul power, it was so dense that it was unimaginable. There were even many jagged edges on its edges. I don't have the confidence to use one. Let's use another. Yi Chen steeled his heart and used the Yuan soul lock kill again. 2 golden halos, one above and one below, completely locked the Troll Emperor's soul sea. One was slicing forward, and the other was slicing backward. However, after using Soul Light 4 times and Primordial Spirit Lock twice, he did not have much soul power left. If he continued to use it, it would inevitably affect his body's condition. After all, with his original soul power, he could only use Soul Light 5 times. Even if he doubled it and could use it 10 times, it should be known that 1 Primordial Spirit Lock would consume the same amount of Soul Light twice. Ah! The Troll Emperor was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He seemed to have gone crazy. A large amount of soul power was leaking out of his soul sea, and his own demonic power was also starting to leak. This was a sign that his soul sea was about to collapse. Yi Chen, I won't forgive you. Demon devour heart. The Troll Emperor's voice was full of resentment. This kind of resentment was almost like a curse. If the Troll Emperor hadn't shouted Yi Chen's name, but some other life and death king, he might have been cursed to death. It was hard to imagine how the Troll Emperor's voice could have such a magical power. It was simply unimaginable. Yi Chen's brows slightly creased. An intense change was happening on the Troll Emperor's body. An extremely strange aura spread out. The reason why the Troll Emperor's voice contained a curse was probably related to this strange aura. Pop! All of a sudden, the Troll Emperor's body split open. Looking carefully, one could see that the Troll Emperor's body had become hollow. Inside was a wolf-headed, human-bodied monster. Although the monster's fur was black, it didn't have the slightest bit of luster, giving off an ominous feeling. The demonic flame burned, and the Troll Emperor's body turned into ashes. The wolf-headed monster walked out from within. Its eyes had no pupils, only white. Many thanks. If not for you, I wouldn't have been created. The wolf-headed monster spoke in human language. You were created? Yi Chen felt it was inconceivable. To be precise, I am the parasitic demon inside the Troll Emperor's body. Since his soul sea was about to collapse and could not be saved, he used a secret art to recover my consciousness. As a parasitic demon, I can naturally absorb the essence of the host's body and turn his power into my own. The wolf-headed monster explained. What a troublesome fellow. Even on his deathbed, he still wants to do something like this. Yi Chen didn't know what kind of existence a parasitic demon was, but he believed that it wouldn't tell him these secrets. He could feel that this parasitic demon's strength was slightly weaker than the Troll Emperor's, but it was even more bizarre. And now, he only had about 10% of his soul force left. Obviously, he couldn't destroy the other's soul. As if guessing Yi Chen's thoughts, the wolf-headed monster laughed. I'm not that stupid. Fighting you to the death and occupying Elysium won't do me any good. So don't worry. After this, I will leave Elysium and start a life that belongs to me. The other party's words made Yi Chen stunned. Aren't you demons? Ha! Us parasitic demons are both needed and taboo to the devil race. All the parasitic demons are kept in captivity, and they only treat us as tools. If my guess is correct, a wisp of the giant devil emperor's soul origin should be rooted in my soul. One day, when his soul origin is strong enough, he will try to take my body and be reborn. The parasitic demon's aura was very ominous, but its words carried a hint of sadness. Then I wish you luck. Yi Chen believed the other party, but he didn't let his guard down. He squinted his eyes slightly. The parasitic demon didn't care. It turned around and flew towards the direction of the dead, and I hope that one day we can meet outside. Goodbye. The next moment, the parasitic demon disappeared into the vast space. What a strange demons. He stayed where he was for a long time until the parasitic demon completely disappeared. Only then did he sigh. The demon race was different from the human race. There were only humans in the human race, and there was no difference between humans. However, There were many races in the demon race, such as the flower demon, the dark demon, the demonic demon, and this parasitic demon. It was like 100 flowers blooming together. Chapter 10:23. The Troll Emperor was dead, and the parasitic demon had left. However, the black battle armor made of 36 leaves remained, floating in the sky. Reaching out, Yi Chun tried to grab the black battle armor. Swish! The black battle armor was full of spirituality as it drilled downward, trying to return to the fiend ancestral tree. It's not up to you. Yi Chun was not like other kings. Even if the leaves of the fiend ancestral tree had spirituality, it would be hard for them to get rid of him. His figure flickered and appeared in front of the black battle armor. With a grabbing motion, the black battle armor landed in his hand. Like a snake that had been grabbed by its weak spot, the black battle armor quieted down. The will in Yi Chen's hand had isolated its connection with the fiend ancestral tree. This is indeed a treasure. Arranging a layer of immortal sword intent on the black battle armor, Yi Chun threw it into his storage ring. Shwa! Turning into a beam of light, Yi Chun flew toward the true spirit continent. Above the ocean, the number of demon kings was still around 80, facing 3 times the number of enemies. Their losses were quite small, only a dozen or so. On the other hand, the losses of true spirit continent's side were a bit bigger, also a dozen or so. Losing so many people while having far more people than the other side was indeed a bit dissatisfying. However, they couldn't be blamed for not risking their lives. Because of the black battle armor, the strength of these demon kings had skyrocketed. At the very least, their battle power had increased by 2 folds, and the most had increased by 3 to 4 folds. Being able to fight evenly was already not bad. When the difference in numbers wasn't too frightening, quality was more important than quantity. Your Elysium is going to lose this time. The essence, chi, and soul of Lord Troll Emperor have completely recovered. Adding the might of the demon's martial arts, it's enough to kill Yi Chun. On the side of the demon race, there was only one remaining 6-star demon king. His battle strength was originally at the peak of mid-6-star. However, after putting on the black battle armor, his strength reached the peak of 6-star. He could contend against Su Jing, Murong Qingcheng, and the brown-robed old man by himself. His strength was rather frightening. Of course, these 3 were not ordinary people. They had suppressed him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. Dream on. Murong Qingcheng's fist technique was sinister and overbearing, exploding upon contact. Coupled with her unparalleled mobility, her opponent couldn't catch her trajectory at all and could only passively take a beating. The Troll Emperor is just a stepping stone for junior brother Yi. Su Jing's dragon body became dozens of meters long, and her dragon claws were indestructible. The opponent's protective magic was shattered by her dragon claws, unable to maintain its integrity. Just you wait and see. The Demon King snorted coldly. About half a cup of tea's time later, a streak of light flew over from the 3rd heaven, which couldn't close due to the battle between the undying tree and the abyssal ancestral tree. Who is it? The 4 of them looked over. Impossible. The 6-star devil's face was extremely pale. Just a moment ago, he was full of confidence, but now he was as dejected as a dead man. Who? Murong Qingcheng and Su Jing heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Although they were extremely confident, in Yi Chun, this kind of confidence was almost blind. However, they were very clear about the Troll Emperor's strength. If Yi Chun wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but it wouldn't be easy either. Therefore, they could only completely sigh of relief now. What a terrifying young man. The old man in brown was amazed. He never thought that there would be such an amazing person in this era. Compared to him, Most of the titled monarchs from ancient times would pale in comparison. The other demon kings also saw Yi Chun, but they didn't see Lord Troll Emperor. An intense uneasiness rose in their hearts, and they couldn't help but ask, "Yi Chun, where is my Lord Troll Emperor?" Floating in the air, Yi Chun looked down at the demon kings. The boundless starry sky will be his final resting place. Impossible. How could you kill Lord Troll Emperor? You must have tricked us and shaken off Lord Troll Emperor, then came to deceive us. Everyone, don't believe him. He wants to use this to attack us and make us lose our fighting spirit. Kill for me, kill until the Troll Emperor returns. Some demon kings didn't believe Yi Chen's words and roared in anger. Truly foolish demons. Yi Chen shook his head, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Shua, his figure flashed, and Yi Chen flashed past a demon king. Fresh blood splashed 300 feet into the air. Whether you believe me or not, that's your business. I have no obligation to make you believe me. If you want to kill me, I'll accompany you. The 3 flowers above his head had already been dispersed by Yi Chun. Other than the Troll Emperor, no one was qualified to make him use the 3 flowers to borrow the Tao. Even so, his battle prowess was still as high as a 7-star. In the entire Elysium, there wasn't a second 7-star battle prowess. The sword light shuttled back and forth like threads, and demon kings fell one after another under Yi Chen's sword. Even if they had black battle armor and their strength had increased by several times, to Yi Chen it was meaningless. Killing them was as easy as eating and drinking. 7-star against 6-star and 5-star. This wasn't just suppression, it was pure suppression. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the number of demon kings decreased from 80 to a dozen. Finally, they believed the truth that the Troll Emperor had fallen. To them, this was too cruel. All of them had lost their fighting spirit, and their eyes were lifeless. We'll go chase after those puppet warships. I'll leave them to you, Yi Chen said to everyone. Okay. The people of Elysium nodded. If they couldn't even deal with a dozen demon kings, they might as well find a block of tofu and kill themselves. Living would be a waste of heaven and earth energy. The ones chasing after the puppet warships were Yi Chun, Su Jing, and Murong Qingcheng. They were the fastest. The demons only had about 300 puppet warships left. At this moment, they had already entered the starry sky and were flying toward a dead end. Their speed was so fast that not many could catch up. I'll go first. With a flap of her demonic wings, Murong Qingcheng's speed soared, and in the blink of an eye, she had shaken off Yi Chun and Su Jing. That's not necessarily true. Su Jing had already turned into a human, but after hearing Murong Qingcheng's words, she once again turned into a golden dragon. With a wave of her dragon tail, countless energy storms erupted in the starry sky, and even a small star was destroyed. As for Su Jing herself, she had already turned into a majestic golden storm and chased after Murong Qingcheng. Now that he was the only one left, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. All right, let's see how fast I am. After entering the 3rd layer of life and death realm, Yi Chen's sword domain had already broken through to the 4th layer. At this moment, with the sword domain of the 4th layer fully activated, Yi Chen's speed soared. The huge sword domain seemed to have turned into an invisible propeller, continuously shortening the distance between him and the 2 in front of him. Murong Qingcheng and Su Jing looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. Don't look down on me. No matter how fast the puppet warships were, they couldn't be faster than the 3 of them. Most importantly, they needed to reach a certain speed before they could use space stones to travel through the starry sky. Soon, the 3 caught up to the puppet warships. The puppet warships seemed to have a soul power isolating array arranged with soul stones. Murong Qingcheng and Su Jing's soul attacks couldn't kill the demons inside. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't have much soul power left, so he didn't use any soul attacks. However, this didn't matter. Flying to the center of the puppet warships, Yi Chen expanded his sword domain to the limit. The enormous sword pressure acted on the puppet warships, slowing them down until they finally stopped. Bang, bang, bang. The demons inside the puppet warships were still unwilling to give up. One light beam after another bombarded Yi Chen. Unfortunately, it was futile. Yi Chen casually swung his sword once or twice to deflect all the light beams. With Yi Chen holding the puppet warships in place, Su Jing and Murong Qingcheng forcibly opened the doors and killed all the demons inside. Let's go back. Turning around, Yi Chen flew in the direction of True Spirit Continent. The 300 puppet warships bound to his sword domain didn't leave his side. On the ocean gazing, the situation was completely one-sided. It wasn't that Elysium's army was too powerful, surpassing the demon army, but that Life and Death Kings had joined the fray. Life and Death Kings slaughtering the demons was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. There was no suspense at all, especially Duguju. With a swing of his blade, the sky full of demons turned into a rain of blood. His hatred for the demons had almost reached the pinnacle. After scanning with his soul power, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. None of the people he valued in Fallen Dust Sword Sect had died. However, this was within his expectations. After all, his sword intent Zhen Yuan was incomparably powerful, enough to let them face any enemy. That demonic sword. There was a forbidden area in the ocean gazing, the place where Demon Emperor and the Demon Cursed Sword had fallen. Anyone who approached this area would immediately die for no reason. Even ordinary Life and Death Kings couldn't bear it. Disregarding the powerful curse power, Yi Chen arrived beside the Demon Cursed Sword and grabbed it. Buzz! An extremely cold and gloomy power flowed through the sword and entered Yi Chen's body. Humph! Activating the 7th step Immortal Sword intent, the cold and gloomy power was instantly shattered. This sword's quality is the same as my demon slaughtering sword, only a high-grade sword. However, there's a bloodstain on it. Yi Chen's sword forging arts had already reached an extremely profound level. He could tell with a single glance that there was nothing special about the Demon Cursed Sword. The only thing special about it was that there was a bloodstain on the sword's body. This bloodstain was extremely ancient and had been imprinted on the sword's body. It contained a curse power, turning the sword's source power into curse power. If Yi Chen couldn't contend against this curse power, his Zhen Yuan would also turn into cursed Zhen Yuan and suffer a calamity. I wonder if I can disassemble this sword. Yi Chen wasn't interested in the Demon Cursed Sword. What he was interested in was the materials used to forge it. Putting away the Demon Cursed Sword, Yi Chen was about to destroy the demon-cursed Demon Emperor's body. Yi Chen, there are demonic energy stones inside the demon-cursed Demon Emperor's bones. They're useful to me. Murong Qingcheng suddenly said. Yi Chen frowned. If I'm not mistaken, his demonic energy stones are cursed. Don't worry. My dark demoness bloodline has a certain immunity to curse power, Murong Qingcheng explained. All right. Yi Chen faintly nodded. The demon-cursed Demon Emperor was a 7th-layer Life and Death Demon Emperor. His demonic energy stones were extraordinary. After absorbing its essence, Murong Qingcheng's demonic body would at least advance by 1 rank. Chapter 1024. The cursed Demon Emperor's appearance was too ugly. Even though he was dead, he still looked very disgusting. No one would look down on normal ugliness. After all, some things were innate. However, the cursed Demon Emperor's ugliness had been modified. In the entire Elysium, it would be impossible to find a human that was 1/10 as ugly as him. If one could be found, it would definitely be a miracle. Murong Qingcheng wasn't a woman who judged people by their appearance, but she didn't want to look at the cursed demon emperor for too long. Her exquisite fist shook the cursed demon emperor's body. Bang! The cursed demon emperor's body exploded and turned into ashes. With a gust of wind, the ashes dissipated, leaving behind a dozen black, magical energy crystals. These magical energy crystals were different from the magical energy crystals obtained in the dimensional battlefield. The energy they contained was very terrifying, and there was a faint black halo on their surface. Master, you and I each get half. Murong Qingchen pushed her hand forward, and half of the magical energy crystals flew in front of the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor shook his head and pushed the magical energy crystals back. He said, "It will help you more than it will help me. Moreover, I have also collected some magical energy crystals." The Demon Flower Emperor stretched out his right hand and opened it. There were 8 black magical energy crystals in his palm. These magical energy crystals were obtained from the skeletons of some demon kings that hadn't reached the blood rebirth realm. Unfortunately, most of the demon kings had been smashed to pieces, so there couldn't be any magical energy crystals left. We've suffered heavy casualties in this battle. The one who spoke was the Spirit Pill King. The reason he was able to survive was mostly due to luck, and a small part was due to medicinal pills. Of course, he had also given many medicinal pills to the other kings, and their effects couldn't be underestimated. For example, some medicinal pills that could replenish qi and blood, some medicinal pills that could increase strength, and some medicinal pills that could increase defense. These were all very useful. Yi Chen said, "This victory was the result of everyone working together. Although they are dead, their spirits are still there. I suggest that we build a king's graveyard. Only the kings that died for Elysium can be buried in the king's graveyard, so that the future generations will remember their contributions." This suggestion isn't bad. Xianhou nodded. "Yeah, I agree as well. I don't think anyone would disagree." Thinking about the people who had died, everyone's heart sank. There were too many of them. Out of the 600 life and death realm warriors, only 200 were left. The underground race had joined later, but they had also lost 20 of them. Among them, some were already old, and some were just at the beginning of their lives. For example, Lu Xiaoyu, Bai Minghui, Xia Hozuan, and the other martial geniuses. Their deaths were a huge loss for Elysium. The dead are gone. The ones who survived should be even stronger. Yi Chen sighed. He glanced at Du Guju, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, Lu Wujian, Jiang Tian, Lan Sanmei, Yen Fengfeng, and the other martial geniuses who had survived. They were all martial geniuses of the same generation as him, and it was not easy for them to survive. As Yi Chen looked over, they looked over as well. There were all kinds of emotions in their eyes. Some were hidden sadness, some were reminiscing, and some were thinking. Right then, silence was better than words. Even Jiang Tian, who had some conflicts with Yi Chen, also looked over with a hint of apology in his eyes. After this battle, everyone had formed a friendship. This kind of friendship might not be that of friends, but it was definitely kind, just like a comrade in arms. It was not hard to imagine that for a long time in the future, Elysium would be very peaceful. Even if the treasures appeared, it would not make them kill each other. Enough people had died already, and they would rather give up on the treasures than waving their knives at their former comrade in arms. Although fighting was the source of human evolution, the battle had already been decided, and there were only a few tens of thousands of demon army warriors left. However, there was still one big mystery that had yet to be revealed, which was the battle between the Undying Tree and the Demon Ancestral Tree. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if the demonic ancestor tree won, all of their previous efforts would vanish like smoke in thin air. A single demonic ancestor tree could kill all of them. An eighth layer life and death battle strength was not something that could be defeated with numbers. After all, it had already surpassed 10 star battle strength. It will take a long time for a winner to be decided. We will not be of much use here, so we should go check out the Sky Sword continent. Yichen said suddenly, "Right, I almost forgot about it." "Oh no, I actually forgot about this." Many people patted their heads, their faces full of vexation. Actually, they could not be blamed for forgetting about it. It was mainly because the battle with the demons had been too intense, and they had only won after several twists and turns. During that time, they had thought that there was no hope, but Yi Chun had turned the tide several times. Now that the battle was coming to an end, their nerves had relaxed, and they were not willing to think about anything else. Naturally, they had also thrown the matter of the Sky Sword continent to the back of their minds. There is no need for too many people to go. The demons have been eliminated by us, and the evil spirit race will not be able to make any big waves. This way, those who are willing to come can come, and those who are not can clean up the mess. It is not good for everyone to go. Yichen said. In the end, only 70 or 80 people went to the Sky Sword continent. It was not that the others did not want to go, but they felt that there was no need to go. In the entire Elysium, apart from the demon ancestral tree, which enemy could be Yichen's opponent. Moreover, those who went with Yichen were all peak experts. There was a huge teleportation array between the true spirit continent and the Sky Sword continent. Through it, Yichen and the rest arrived at the Sky Sword continent in a short while. The Sky Sword continent was already on the verge of collapse. The army of Sea of Soul Realm and astral-reaching realm warriors had less than 100,000 left, and the kings were only left with 50. Defeated. We are really going to be defeated. Ancestors, I'm sorry, but we really can't stop them. But you can rest assured. Even if there is only one soldier left, we will fight to the end. We will not retreat. If you want to occupy the Sky Sword continent, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Not to mention the others, even the Snow Sword King and the Star Sword King were ready to die. As for the 8 young demon lords, another one had died, and only the young elephant lord was left. They could not see any hope, nor could they see any turning point. The only thing left was their own obsession, and that was to kill as many evil spirits as possible. Yichen, it would be great if I could see how you fight before I die. Star Sword King couldn't help but think of Yichen. 4 sword artists. The sword Dao was their life's pursuit, and the one walking in front was undoubtedly their guide. Yichen was the strongest sword artist at the same stage since ancient times. Star Sword King wanted to see how he faced his predicament. Die. The 4 evil kings joined hands and attacked Star Sword King. Star Sword Monarch smiled bitterly. This time, he couldn't block it anymore. However, it was impossible for him to die without any resistance. He mustered all of his Zhenyuan and was ready to die. Rip! Right at this moment, an arc-like sword light pierced through the space and swept past the bodies of the 4 evil kings. With a puff, the 4 evil kings didn't even have the time to scream before turning into nothingness. Star Sword King, long time no see. A familiar voice reverberated in the sky. It's Sword King Yichen. Yichen is here. And Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian. Why are they all here? Don't tell me true spirit continent has fallen? Impossible. Didn't you see their expressions? That's the expression of true spirit continent falling? Don't tell me the kings of Sky Sword continent discussed spiritedly, their emotions surging. Soon after, an ecstatic expression appeared on their faces. Since true spirit continent hadn't fallen, and the other side had rushed over, didn't it mean that they had defeated the demons and were here to rescue them? Yi Chun. Star Sword King looked as if he had seen a ghost. Snow Sword King, Go Joseon, also looked over, his eyes filled with astonishment. Smiling, Yi Chun said to the people behind him, "You guys go and exterminate the evil spirit army. Leave this place to us." Yes, of the 70 to 80 people who had followed, 50 went to help the Sky Sword Continent army. The remaining 20 were relatively stronger. Bang, bang, bang. Without any hesitation, the 20 or so people led by Yi Chun charged toward the evil kings. In an instant, dozens of evil kings fell as if they were chopping vegetables. Yi Chun, true spirit continent, Star Sword King asked. Victory. Yi Chun killed batch after batch of evil kings and replied, "Yi Chun, you're courting death." Emperor Inshur rushed over. He didn't know how the demons were defeated, but the Troll Emperor was definitely not killed by Yi Chun. He reckoned that some special reason had led to the demons' defeat. "Let me end your life." Emperor Inshur's strength was very close to 7-star, and he seemed to be a bit stronger than the Lord of Fear. His hands slapped out repeatedly, and sinister palm winds swallowed the sky and corroded the sun, surging toward Yi Chun. "Yi Chun, be careful." The few kings of the Sky Sword Continent who had just been saved by Yi Chun warned him. Not far away, Chu Zhongtian curled his lips. The one who should be careful should be Emperor Inshur. Facing Emperor Inshur, Yi Chun only slashed out once. Puff! In the next moment, Emperor Inshur died, and not even his bones were left. Everyone was shocked, including the evil spirit race. Someone as powerful as Emperor Inshur couldn't even block a single sword strike from Yi Chun. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? No. The remaining evil kings of the evil spirit race roared angrily. Unfortunately, what welcomed them was death. A casual strike from Su Jing's dragon body could annihilate a group of evil kings. Murong Qingcheng was like a flickering black speck of light. Every time a black speck of light appeared, it would be accompanied by the fall of an evil king. Duguju's despair blade. Arts were invincible, and anyone who touched them would die. Soon, the number of evil kings of the evil spirit race went from 300 to 100, then less than 100, less than 50, and less than 30. The time it took to finish a cup of tea didn't even exceed 10 minutes. Victory! Everyone cheered wildly. From despair to victory, it was difficult for outsiders to understand the changes in their minds. At least, the true spirit continent still had Yi Chun to give them hope. "Many thanks." The Snow Sword of Gojoseon said deeply to Yi Chun, "There's no need to thank me. Everyone is fighting for Elysium." The demon-slaying sword returned to its sheath. The remaining evil kings of the evil spirit race were just 2 or 3 kittens. There was no need for him to make a move. Chapter 10:25. With the death of the numerous evil kings, the army of evil spirit race immediately became rootless duckweed. Although they looked like a sea of people, it was useless no matter how many they had. Without reaching life and death realm, they were all ants. Perhaps if they joined hands, they might be able to kill ordinary life and death kings, but they couldn't kill 4-star kings or 5-star kings, not to mention 6-star kings. Like harvesting rice, large swathes of evil spirits were instantly killed, and blood dyed the ground red. The so-called large swathes were thousands or even thousands of evil spirits. Who would have thought that true spirit continent could defeat the demons, who are several times more powerful than evil spirit race, and even come to save us? Didn't you see? Sword King Yi Chun is already inhumanly powerful. Even Emperor Inshur couldn't block a casual sword strike from him. Killing the other evil kings is simply reaping lives. After this battle, Yi Chun's Sword King title will be passed down through the ages. At that time, people will only know Sword King Yi Chun, and not the ancient Sword King. In the eyes of the people of Sky Sword Continent, Yi Chun was already equivalent to an ancient, titled monarch. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that Yi Chun was still so young, only 36 years old. Compared to a life and death king's lifespan of 1,000 years, this age was nothing. No, as long as one walked out of Elysium, their lifespan would reach 100,000 years. Finally, all the evil spirits were killed. Above the killing sword domain, corpses and bones covered the ground, and blood flowed everywhere. In many places, the blood had converged, forming a shallow lake. Standing amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, many participants were crying tears of joy, but even more were cheering. Without staying for long, Yi Chun and the rest teleported back to True Spirit Continent. The Undying Tree and the demonic ancestral tree were still fighting. However, everyone could see that the Undying Tree had the absolute upper hand. After all, this was Elysium, the home ground of the Undying Tree. As an outsider, the demonic ancestral tree would be somewhat suppressed. The Undying Tree brandished its vines, and every time it lashed out, it would leave a deep mark on the demonic ancestral tree's trunk. This battle continued for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, the demonic ancestral tree exhausted its demonic energy and died. In Elysium, although it could convert the Yuan Qi of the heaven and earth into its own demonic energy, it required a process and could not be converted immediately. In these 7 days and 7 nights, the Undying Tree had injured the demonic ancestral tree tens of millions of times, perhaps billions of times. Each time, it would take away some of its demonic energy. And in the end, no matter how much demonic energy the demonic ancestral tree had, it would not be enough. Although the demonic ancestral tree had died, its body had not been completely destroyed. If it stayed outside, there might be a chance for it to revive. The Undying Tree used its vines to wrap around the opponent and dragged it into the depths of the earth. In the end, both of them disappeared. At this point, the great calamity of the foreign races had come to an end. Elysium had once again defeated the foreign races. With the end of the great battle, there was naturally no need for people to stay in the ocean gazing. They brought the corpses of their relatives and friends, and those without corpses carried a handful of soil stained with their own blood. Each and every one of them had a sorrowful expression, filled with indescribable exhaustion. The Demon Flower Emperor was prepared to turn the ocean gazing into the new homeland of the demonic humans. If it were before, this would have been an impossible matter. The kings of True Spirit Continent would not sit and watch as demonic humans entered the continent in large numbers. But now, no one had any objections. In this great battle, the demonic humans had also contributed a lot. More than 70% of the demonic humans who had participated in the battle had died. So what if this small region of the ocean gazing was given to her? Nobody knew, but at least for a long time, the two races would be on friendly terms. Su Jing returned to the Dragon God Celestial Palace to clean up the mess. The palace had also lost a lot of people, and many of the upper echelons had perished. Su Jing needed to appoint new upper echelons to allow the palace to operate normally. Murong Qingcheng and her father returned to the Murong clan. After the great battle, Murong Jishui had agreed to the Demon Flower Emperor's invitation, willing to merge the Murong clan with the Demon Flower Emperor's demonic humans. However, this was a matter for the future. Right now, there were still many things to do. Once everything was settled, he would discuss this matter with his clansmen. For a moment, the entire Elysium had quieted down. Everyone needed to deal with the aftermath, especially the big sects who needed to appoint their upper echelons. Yi Chen's Fallen Dust Sword sect could be said to have suffered the least losses. Of the 5,000 people who had participated in the battle, there were still around 3,000 survivors. This was mainly due to the effect of the sword formations. Dozens of sword snake formations, 7 to 8 sword dragon formations, and 2 big Dipper 7-star sword formations had killed countless demons in their hands, which had greatly reduced the pressure on the other members of the fallen Dust Sword sect. Yi Chen didn't have any regrets in this battle. He had left a drop of sword intent Zhenyuan in the souls of the people he valued. However, his friends and relatives would also have their friends and relatives. Although Yi Chen had a lot of soul power, he couldn't take care of everything. Every drop of sword intent Zhenyuan consumed would take a long time to recover. During the great battle, if he couldn't maintain his perfect state, then he would be dead for sure. When battling with the Troll Emperor, which battle hadn't been filled with danger, after dealing with some matters as the sect leader, Yi Chen went into seclusion. He needed to recover his soul power. Killing the Troll Emperor had consumed 90% of his soul power, and he had only recovered less than 10%. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It was almost the new year. Once the new year was over, Yi Chen would grow another year older, turning 37 years old. Snowflakes fluttered down, white and flawless, sparkling and translucent. On the dusk peak, the peak was covered with snow. Some small animals that liked winter came out to look for food or to play in the snow. Creak. The palace gate in the middle of the snow slowly opened, and Yi Chen, who was still wearing a thin blue robe, walked out. He took a deep breath, breathing in the air that belonged to winter. It's almost the new year, right? In the past few years, Yi Chen had always been celebrating the new year. Before this, he basically wasn't at home. He was either adventuring outside or he couldn't return home. The achievements he had now were piled up by loneliness and solitude. No one could casually achieve success, and he was no exception. Those small animals didn't seem to be afraid of Yi Chen. When Yi Chen walked near them, they only glanced at him and continued playing, leaving a string of small paw prints on the snow. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew past, and a large amount of snow suddenly fell from the top of the mountain. This was a sign of an avalanche. The next moment, the snow swooped down like a white wave. It looked like the frolicking animals, and Yi Chen were about to be drowned by the snow. But the next moment, everything stopped. The dancing snowflakes froze in midair, and the tidal wave of snow froze on the slope. The wave tip was a beautiful arc, neither too fast nor too slow. Yi Chen carried the small animals in his arms and walked toward the back. When he reached the snowy ground in front of the palace, everything returned to normal. The snowflakes continued to dance in the air, and the avalanche continued as usual. Muffled rumbling sounds could be heard, drowning everything there. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The small animals still didn't know what had happened. They only knew that they had inexplicably landed in the arms of the owner of the mountain. Rubbing their heads against Yi Chen's chest, they jumped down and surrounded Yi Chen. A faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. The 3 months of closed-door training had not only helped him recover his soul power, but had also allowed him to digest the comprehension he had gained during the great battle. For example, the Blood Rebirth Realm, the rank 5 Immortal Sword intent contained in each of his cells, and the mysteries of the 4th level of the Sword Domain. These were all things that he couldn't grasp in a short time. He needed to digest them and understand them himself. Just now, he didn't need to take out his sword, but he could still create the effect of space freezing, which was a big gain. This was the result of fusing the essence of sword moves with his sword aura. In other words, as long as he used his sword aura, he could make the space freeze. Those who weren't proficient in the profound of space and were weak wouldn't even be qualified for him to draw his sword. He could completely make the opponent freeze there, or leave calmly, or go and finish them off. It was very simple. Apart from that, he could already fuse his sword aura with his sword domain. In this way, the sword domain would have the effect of freezing space, and it was even more powerful than pure sword aura. During the ranking battles of the Life and Death Palace, he had used his sword domain to freeze the young undying demon lord. Now that he had fused his sword aura with his sword domain, it was many times more powerful than before. The essence of sword moves had fused with his sword aura, and the sword aura had fused with his sword domain. Naturally, Yi Chen's momentary brilliance had also improved tremendously. Every time he used his sword, everything within 1,000 zhang would be within its effective range. The power of his sword moves had also doubled. Without using the 3 flowers borrowing the way, Yi Chen's pure battle strength had already reached the peak of 7-star. If the Troll Emperor were to come back to life, Yi Chen was 90% sure that he could kill him with his real strength instead of using soul attacks to destroy his soul. Of course, since he had improved so much, the others wouldn't be too far behind. The calamity of the foreign races was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. As long as they could survive, they would definitely improve. Those who had exhausted their potential might break through their limits and reach a higher level. Another half a month passed, and it was the new year. This year's new year was even livelier and more joyous than usual. This was because everyone knew that this new year was not easy to come by. It was exchanged with blood, so there was no reason not to cherish it. Sometimes living was a kind of happiness. Living an ordinary life might be a better happiness. At least they didn't need to care about other things and could just live their own lives. After the new year, the atmosphere of Elysium changed. Of course, this kind of atmosphere only spread among life and death kings. They already knew that after the new year, Yi Chen would go to the path of death. Before that, he would probably go to a certain place. Emperor Scar Steel. Chapter 10:26. Sky Martial Region. Emperor Canyon. This was a holy land as well as a forbidden area. Since ancient times, those who thought themselves to be unparalleled had entered, but the majority of them had left dejectedly. Being unparalleled in the current era also depended on the era. Not every era's unparalleled expert could leave their mark on the Emperor Scar Steel. Many people speculated that one had to have at least 7-star battle strength to leave a mark. As for whether it was true or not, no one had tested it yet. This was because in the current era, apart from Yi Chen, no one else had reached 7-star battle strength. After the new year, many kings had been waiting here. They had received news that Yi Chen would leave his mark on the Emperor Scar Steel either today or tomorrow. If he did not leave his mark, he might not be able to return for a short period of time. Once the demons and evil spirit race knew that their army had suffered a great defeat, and that there was a character like Yi Chen, they would definitely dispatch even more powerful kings to guard the death path. At that time, it would be easy for Yi Chen to leave, but difficult for him to enter. They're here. They're really here. In the afternoon, under the blazing sun, 3 figures flew over. They were precisely Su Jing, Murong Qingcheng, and Yi Chen. Junior brother Yi, today is the day your name will be passed down through the ages. Su Jing looked at the dozens of kings guarding the canyon and turned her head to speak to Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "If I go through the death path, I don't know if I'll be able to return for a short period of time. I've done what I should do, and it can be considered as fulfilling a part of my wish." Leaving a mark didn't mean that Yi Chen valued this honor. He was merely imitating the ancients. If he didn't leave a mark, he would be looking down on the ancients. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The 5 landed near the Emperor Scar Steel. I wonder if this Yi Chen can leave a mark. He should be able to. According to the Emperor Scroll, the majority of titled monarchs were not as strong as Yi Chen. There's no reason why they could leave a mark while Yi Chen couldn't. Among the many kings, A white-haired king held a book in his left hand and a pen in his right. On the cover of the book were 3 large words, Imperial Book. Speaking of the Emperor Book, many people knew about it. This was a book used to record the deeds of those who could leave marks on the Emperor's scar steel. This was just a copy. The true Emperor Book could not be carried around. This was the second time Yi Chen had come to Emperor Canyon and arrived in front of Emperor Scar's steel. The last time he came, he was only at Sea of Soul Realm. Even approaching Emperor Scar's steel was difficult, but now, if he wanted to, he could completely touch the steel. Standing several miles away, Yi Chen looked up at the tall Emperor Scar steel with a calm expression. Only his blue clothes fluttered in the wind from the Emperor Scar steel's Emperor Qi and various wills. Clang! Unsheathing the demon-slaughtering sword, Yi Chen's figure flickered as he stabbed at the empty space below the last mark. That mark was left by Yuan Emperor. Space became still and Emperor Qi stagnated. The crimson demon's slaughtering sword's tip erupted with a resplendent red light. This red light, with the sword tip as the center, erupted unceasingly. But strangely, no matter how fierce the eruption was, it was only the size of a fist, as if all of its might was restrained within. Rip! Sword Qi wreaked havoc in the empty space below Yuan Emperor's scar, shooting out in a spiral pattern. Yi Chen's sword tip pierced through it. Success! The white-haired, old man's hand slightly trembled. Although he had long since known that with Yi Chen's strength, he would definitely be able to leave a mark on the Emperor's scar steel, he was still a little uncertain. Drifting back, Yi Chen returned to his original position. Everyone looked up and saw that the mark of a sword flower had appeared at the bottom of the Emperor's scar steel. This sword flower was only the size of a bowl, but the sword intent it emitted was exceptionally sharp. Facing this sword flower, one would feel as if their soul was being pierced. Apart from this, the aura emitted by this sword flower gave off a feeling of space becoming still. Unknowingly, one would be immersed within it, unable to extricate themselves. This was the essence of instant glory. Next, it's the path of death. Yi Chen had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Senior Fire Emperor had failed in the path of death and passed away beneath the mountain behind the Eternal Sky Sect. Senior Dragon King had entered the path of death, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Entering the path of death had already become a knot in the heart of Elysium. Every generation's unparalleled character would enter the path of death, but those who succeeded were few and far between. Although some people could pass through the path of death, even without unparalleled strength, they had to rely on heaven-defying luck. Not everyone had heaven-defying luck. That year, the 37-year-old Sword King, Yi Chen, left a sword flower mark on the Emperor's scar steel. After Yuan Emperor, he was the first person to leave a mark. On this day, Yi Chen left behind a living legend in the Emperor's scar steel. Near the path of death, almost all the life and death kings were present. Different from the Emperor's scar steel, they could look at it at any time. On the other hand, entering the path of death could only be done once. Apart from those who had entered the path of death, nobody knew how many experts were guarding the path of death. Nobody knew whether one could enter again after passing through the path of death. Everything was unknown. Therefore, this might be the last time they would see Yi Chen for a very long time. Of course, they hoped that Yi Chen could clear the path of death and kill all the experts guarding the path of death. This way, they would all be able to leave. Unfortunately, this didn't seem too realistic. Yi Chen, you must succeed. Chu Zhongtian said loudly, I will. Standing at the forefront, Yi Chen turned around with a faint smile on his face. Behind him, the pitch-black path of death was like a passage leading to hell. It seemed as if it wanted to devour people, emitting a frightening, killing intent. I believe in you, just like how I believe that you won't die so easily at the hands of the Troll Emperor. Duguju crossed his arms, his white hair dazzling. Many thanks for your trust. I believe that Yi Chen, will not stop at the path of death. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Chen's gaze swept through the crowd. Xianhou, Demon Flower Emperor, Jailer, Su King, Air Emperor, Spirit Pill King, Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, Snow Sword of Gojoseon, Star Sword King, Lan Sanmei, and finally Su Jing and Murong Qingcheng. With an apologetic expression, Yi Chen said, I'm sorry. This time, I have to leave alone again. Don't worry, go. There's still a lot of time in the future. We've only been here for a few decades, Su Jing said. Murong Qingcheng also nodded. If we don't leave now, when the demons and evil spirits react, they will definitely send even more powerful experts to guard the path of death. At that time, who knows when we'll be able to leave? Yi Chen, when you go out, you must be careful. I don't know what the outside world is like, but it's definitely more dangerous. Murong Qingcheng reminded Yi Chen. I know that, Yi Chen continued. I promise you, even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I will do my best to kill the foreign experts guarding the path of death. After killing the foreign experts guarding the path of death would be completely clear in a short period of time. Everyone would be able to enter and exit freely. However, this was undoubtedly very difficult. Senior Fire Emperor had entered the path of death and couldn't withstand the first wave of attacks. He was seriously injured and died of depression. Therefore, the people inside had no idea how many foreign experts were guarding the path of death. Perhaps the one who dealt with Senior Fire Emperor was only the weakest of them. Yi Chen, there's no time to lose. Let's act quickly. The one who spoke was Su Anho. When the foreign race's calamity ended, she had advised Yi Chen to immediately enter the path of death, afraid that things would change. However, Yi Chen didn't want to leave so early and decided to wait until after the new year. Now that more than 3 months had passed, the people outside had probably already found out about the things inside. There were more variables. That's right, it's time to leave. Everyone, I'll leave Elysium to you. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Yi Chen didn't waste any time. His figure flashed, and he rushed into the path of death. Yi Chen, goodbye. Murong Qingcheng waved her hand as she muttered. To the side, Su Jing sighed. She and Yi Chen, in the end, were only in a close relationship. They hadn't reached the point where they could express their feelings. However, she wasn't anxious. Their lives had just begun, and there would be a day when they would meet again. Looking at the blue-clothed youth disappearing from their sight, everyone's mood was somewhat strange. This unprecedented genius had really left. He was like a mystery. In the first 15 years of his life, he was unknown, just a stupid aristocratic family's disciple. On the day he turned 15, he started to rise, growing step by step, walking towards the peak. In the past 20 years, he had never been defeated among his peers. Now, he had even left his mark on the Emperor's Scar Steel, keeping pace with the ancients. For the first 15 years of his life, no one knew of him, and likewise, no one knew of his future. He was like a bright shooting star in the true spirit world, streaking across everyone's hearts and blossoming with his most breathtaking radiance. At this moment, everyone felt like they were in a dream. Yi Chen, Duguju said in a low voice. His expression was a bit lonely, but soon his expression became resolute. Wasn't it just a dead end? One day, he would use his own strength to charge through the dead end. Even if he was at the ends of the earth, he would still follow him. In this life, even if he couldn't create his own legend, he would still witness the birth of a legend. In this life, I probably won't be able to surpass him. Every time, he is always ahead. But this is also good. It saves me the trouble of losing motivation. Chu Zhongtian smiled and rubbed his nose. The dead end was nothing but primal chaos. There was no light, no darkness, no sound. It was a true void. After flying for an unknown amount of time, a wisp of light suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a wisp of dreamy starry skylight, almost out. Yi Chen's eyes squinted. Who dares to charge into the dead end? Scram! Bang! Two shadows appeared in front of them. They were two demons. Their cultivation bases were at the 5th layer of life and death realm, which was equivalent to 7-star battle strength. Humph! Yi Chen coldly snorted and took out his demon slayer sword, waving it horizontally and vertically. Immediately, a cross-shaped green sword screen shot out. The next moment, the two demons' bodies were torn apart, turning into blood mist. Yi Chen's current battle strength was at the peak of 7-star. However, his control over his power allowed him to contend with a 7-star Tyrant, and this was the result without using the 3 flowers borrowing path. Chapter 10:27. The dead end was very special. Although there was no light or darkness, it could magnify any light that entered it infinitely. Inside Elysium, everyone could see the flickering light in the dead end. Without any surprise, Yi Chen had already started fighting with the warriors guarding the dead end. However, the light only flickered for a second before it stopped abruptly, as if the battle had already ended. So nervous! Even more nervous than going through the dead end. A lot of people had sweat dripping down their foreheads. As life and death realm warriors, they could already control their secretion. Sweating was something that would never happen to them. However, right now, because they were too nervous, they had the same reaction as ordinary people. Unfortunately, up until now, no one has been able to find a savage stone. If we had one, we would be able to go to the Desolate Star. With Yi Chen's comprehensive ability, his profound would definitely increase drastically, and his strength might even increase by several folds. At that time, killing all the warriors guarding the dead end would not be a problem. We could also go out for a while and increase our lifespan to 100,000 years. The Savage Stone was the key to enter the Desolate Star. Without this key, no one would be able to enter the Desolate Star. Before the Great Calamity, everyone's biggest hope was to enter the Desolate Star and increase their strength before the calamity. But without exception, everyone had failed, including Yi Chen. The reason why Yi Chen was going through the dead end now instead of waiting for the Savage Stone to enter the Desolate Star was because he was afraid that the situation might change. It was just like Xianhou had advised Yi Chen to go through the dead end immediately. Once the demons and evil spirit race realized what was going on, they would definitely send even more powerful warriors to guard the dead end. Not to mention the 7th sky of life and death realm. Even a slightly more powerful 6th sky of life and death realm warrior would be able to make Yi Chen return in defeat. You have to succeed. Murong Qingcheng and Su Jing prayed inwardly. The blood mist evaporated, but Yi Chen's speed didn't decrease. Like a sharp sword light, he instantly passed through the dead end. In front of him was an even more vast starry sky. Before he had seen the starry sky here, he had thought that there was no difference between the starry sky of true spirit world and the starry sky outside. At most, there was a difference in size. But now he didn't think so. The starry sky inside true spirit world seemed natural, but it gave off a lifeless feeling as if it was artificially created. On the other hand, the starry sky outside seemed even more abstruse and dreamy, brimming with endless possibilities. A single glance was enough to make one dazzled. This is the true starry sky. Yi Chen could sense that deep within him, a shackle had been broken. As that shackle was broken, Yi Chen's aura began to emanate an aura of deathlessness. This sort of deathlessness was not brought about by the immortal sword will, but rather the explosive increase in longevity. That was because his current longevity had reached 100,000 years, and he was very close to deathlessness. Only by being alive can one have infinite possibilities. The longer one lives, the more possibilities one has. Holding the demon-slaughtering sword in his hand, Yichun looked at the 7 foreign race experts surrounding him. They were all at the 5th sky of life and death realm. 3 of them were from the evil spirit race, and the other 4 were demons. Among them, their auras varied in strength. The weakest was at the late stage of the 5th sky of life and death realm, while the strongest was at the peak of the 5th sky. Amazing! You're the first person to walk out of the dead end in the last 15,000 years. Yi Chen's speed of killing the 2 demon kings was too fast. They simply didn't have the time to stop him, and could only bide their time outside, waiting for him to come out. Those 2 demon kings should be the weakest among you guys, right? Among the 5th sky of life and death realm, there were also strong and weak ones. The weakest ones had the battle strength of an ordinary 7-star, while the strong ones had the battle strength of a 7-star overlord. And this was still based on normal standards. For example, Yichun was only at the peak of the 3rd sky of life and death realm, but he already had the battle strength of a peak 7-star overlord. If he went all out, even a 7-star overlord would not be his opponent. According to your Elysium, Emo Luo and Suo Jie should have the battle strength of a mid-7-star. But I didn't expect you to be able to kill them in an instant. They already knew about the defeat of the demons and evil spirit race. While they were shocked, they didn't forget to send the news back. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and it would take some time to send the news back. Originally, when they saw that Yi Chen didn't immediately rush into the dead end, they were a bit happy. After all, they didn't have absolute confidence in stopping Yi Chen. But they didn't expect that 3 months later, Yi Chen would rush into the dead end. Moreover, the battle strength Yi Chen had displayed made them very apprehensive. Mid-7-star battle strength. Generally speaking, although a peak 7-star battle strength was several times stronger than a mid-7-star battle strength, it still couldn't kill them in an instant. Only when one's strength was 10 times that of a peak 7-star battle strength could it be done. After all, Blood Rebirth Realm was not just for show. How could they know that Yi Chen's control over his power had already reached a frightening level? He could completely display 150% of his attack's power without any wastage. Make your move. I want to see what kind of strength you have to be able to turn the entrance of Elysium into a dead end, and whether you can survive under my sword. Yi Chen never went back on his words. He would do his best to kill this group of foreign race powerhouses guarding the dead end. He wasn't joking. Arrogant. Even if I can't keep you here today, I'll let you know that we demons aren't to be trifled with. The one who attacked was a demon king with a single horn. His strength was actually a little stronger than the troll emperor in Elysium. The spear in his hand stabbed forward, and demonic fire bloomed, sweeping across. Ding! Facing the single-horned demon king's full-powered attack, Yi Chen flicked his wrist and pointed his sword at the tip of the spear. It was impeccable, as if it had been precisely measured thousands of times. Poof! The spear shook like a snake, and in the next moment, it flew out of his hand. The powerful single-horned demon king spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body split into pieces. How is this possible? The other 6 widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe that this was done by Yi Chen. The current Yi Chen was almost a great killing machine. It wasn't that his strength was heaven-defying, but it was still his control of power. As long as one was weaker than him, they would be toyed with in the palm of his hand. If it was the previous Yi Chen, even if his combat strength was as strong as now, he wouldn't be able to do this. At most, he would make the single-horned demon king spit out blood and fly backward. Of course, that sword just now wasn't an ordinary sword move. It was the third move of vibrational sword art, Heaven Absolute Sword, which contained a powerful vibration force. Let's join forces. After knowing how terrifying Yi Chun was, the 6 instantly joined forces, and the body of the single-horned demon king that had been split into pieces quickly reformed and joined them. Kill. 7 7-star powerhouses. The weakest was an advanced 7-star, and the strongest was a 7-star overlord. They attacked Yi Chun at the same time. With such a powerful camp, they could even fight against an 8-star powerhouse. All right, I'll use you guys to test my limit. Yi Chun didn't use the 3 flowers borrowing the way, nor did he use the momentary brilliance or the space stop ability. He still used the Heaven Absolute Sword and attacked the 7 foreign race powerhouses with 7 consecutive strikes. Puff, 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 except for the 2 7-star Overlord Evil King and the Demon King. The other 5 powerhouses couldn't even withstand a single blow. Some of them had their weapons knocked out of their hands, their bodies split open, or their arms shook violently and turned into blood mist. At this moment, Yi Chun was a monster in their eyes. It wasn't over yet. After testing his extreme combat strength, Yi Chun released the sword realm that contained the space stop ability and killed 5 of the foreign race powerhouses instantly. When he was about to attack the last 2 7-star Overlord experts, a giant axe suddenly chopped over. This axe was extremely powerful. It looked ordinary, but it cut Yi Chun's sword realm open and shattered the space stop ability into nothingness. In the end, the axe chopped in front of Yi Chun. Momentary brilliance. Yi Chun sucked in a deep breath and stabbed at the axe. Compared to momentary brilliance, the sword realm space stop ability was a bit weaker. As if entangled by countless threads, the axe's speed slowed down. The tip of the demon's slaughtering sword, which was glowing with red light, struck the axe's weak point. With a clang, the huge axe bounced off and landed in the hands of a giant demon. 6 heavenly layer life and death realm. Retreating rapidly, Yi Chun raised his eyes and looked at the giant demon before him, who was completely different from the Troll Emperor, with a grave expression. Powerful. You can actually use the space profound to this extent. This giant demon was dozens of li tall, and his body was extremely robust. The thickness of his arms and legs completely exceeded the norm. That axe just now was thrown by him. Like I said, the death path shouldn't be this simple. Yi Chun wasn't surprised. The demons and evil spirit race attached great importance to Elysium, so it was impossible for them to not have a backup plan. Under normal circumstances, they naturally wouldn't need to expose their backup plan. However, if something happened, the other party would definitely come out. 6th layer life and death realm was equivalent to 8-star battle strength. Moreover, the other party's strength was clearly higher than ordinary 8-star battle strength. Otherwise, an axe thrown over wouldn't have such power. Now, he finally understood why even Senior Yuan Emperor couldn't pass the death path. In other words, those invincible figures of different eras were rarely able to pass the death path. Perhaps they had fallen because of these backup plans. He originally thought that in this era, the guardians of the death path would be a bit weaker. But clearly he was wrong. The strength of the guardians of the death path hadn't decreased at all. It was merely an illusion created by them not using their full strength. 8-star battle strength. I'm not his opponent even if I use my full strength. I can only leave. Yi Chun glanced at the death path, then his figure flickered and shot into the depths of the starry sky. You guys guard here, I'll go after him. The giant demon with the axe took a step forward and chased after Yi Chun. Powerful demonic ripples triggered waves of energy, allowing his instantaneous movement speed to reach a frightening level. Chapter 10:28. Everyone, I have already made it through the death road, but I was also chased by a sixth sky of life and death realm demon king. But don't worry, he can't do anything to me. In the future, I will definitely come back, and we will meet again. The jade letter in Su Jing's hand suddenly shattered, and Yi Chen's image appeared. This jade letter contained Yi Chen's essence, blood. Even through the world barrier, it could still sense him. Unfortunately, it was only a one-time item and could not be used for communication. Being chased by a sixth sky of life and death realm demon king. Will he be? All right. Sixth sky of life and death realm was equivalent to 8-star battle power. Even a low 8-star battle power would be several times more powerful than a 7-star tyrant. If it was a mid 8-star battle power, then it would be 10 times more powerful. Don't worry. Yi Chen said that the opponent can't do anything to him. So it must be true. After saying these words, Duguju turned around and left. Haha, let him step on us a bit more. One day, I, Chu Zhongtian, will also go out and have a good look. This life of mine will not be in vain. Chu Zhongtian also left. In the end, only Xianhou, Demon Flower Emperor, Su Jing, and Murong Qingcheng were left. The sea is wide, and the sky is free for the birds to fly. Perhaps the outside world is more suitable for him. The inside world is a bit closed after all. Sighing, Xianhou said to the three, "Let's go." The great calamity of the alien race has just passed, and Elysium's vitality has been greatly damaged. Fortunately, Yi Chen has fixed some of the rules, and some of them have already reached the first sky of life and death realm under the guidance of the palace spirit. But we still can't be careless. It would be best if we can find the savage stone. Right now, all of the kings in Elysium did not amount to more than 300, and this was counting the underground races. Otherwise, there would only be 100. If another great calamity of the alien race came, they would not be able to handle it. After all, Yi Chen had already left. Of course, although this great calamity had caused them to lose a lot of members, it had also allowed their strength to increase by leaps and bounds. With the help of the demonic source, Murong Qingcheng had already reached the peak of the third sky of life and death realm. Together with Su Jing and Duguju, they had become the pillars of the young generation of Elysium. If they were given some time, they would definitely continue to improve. In addition, Yi Chen had also left behind a consciousness projection. Even if this projection only had 1/3 of Yi Chen's battle power, it still had a high-level 7-star battle power. However, this projection was currently in closed-door training, accumulating Zhen Yuan, and would not casually battle with others. Yi Chen, see you in the future. Brother Yi, see you in the future. Glancing at the dead end, the four left together. Regardless of whether it was the starry sky of Elysium or the starry sky outside Elysium, one could not travel through the space. If the starry sky inside Elysium was so solid that even 7-star kings could not shake it, then the starry sky outside was 10 times or even dozens of times more solid. Fortunately, flying in the starry sky was much faster than flying in Elysium's void. There was almost no resistance, and the further they went, the faster they would go. You can't escape. The unicorn demon king threw the huge axe in his hand from time to time, with his 8-star battle power. Once the axe hit the enemy, even if the enemy had the battle power of a 7-star tyrant, they would still be cut in half and suffer heavy injuries. Seems like the 6th sky of life, and Death Realm's speed is roughly like this. In fact, Yi Chen was testing how fast a 6th sky of life and Death Realm speed was. After all, with each increase in realm, the Zhen Yuan would become purer, and the speed would increase by a large margin. Conversely, the same was true for demonic power. The 4th layer of sword domain erupted, and Yi Chen's speed suddenly increased by several folds, leaving the Unicorn Demon King behind until he disappeared without a trace. Damn it! The Unicorn Demon King stopped and fiercely glared at the starry sky ahead. Originally, he believed that with his sixth sky of life and death realm cultivation, his speed should be faster than the opponent's, and he would soon catch up. He didn't expect that the opponent's normal speed was not much slower than his. Humph, consider yourself lucky. But with just you alone, even if you're given a lifetime, you won't be able to create any waves. The Unicorn Demon King wasn't very apprehensive of Yi Chen. Their demons were filled with experts, and demon kings like him were innumerable. Above them, there were still seventh and eighth sky of life and death realm, and even ninth sky of life and death realm. They could be said to be the most powerful race in the boundless starry sky. Moreover, although the evil spirit race wasn't as powerful as them, it wasn't weak either. Although Yi Chen was a genius, if he wanted to contend against two races by himself, it would undoubtedly be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Holding the huge axe, the Unicorn Demon King rushed in the direction he came from. I can use the puppet battleship now. After flying for several 100 million li in one breath, Yi Chen took out an 800 meters long puppet battleship from his supreme grade storage ring. This time, he had brought a total of 10 battleships. The rest had been left in Elysium, and the majority had been distributed to others. The rest had been stored in the Falling Dust Sword sect in case of emergency. Although the battle strength of the puppet battleship wasn't much, it had a spatial shuttle array arranged on it. As long as the energy of the spatial stone was activated, it could travel through space. Traveling through space in the starry sky was many times faster than in Elysium. Elysium was possibly a man-made world. Therefore, its natural laws weren't perfect, and its space was also simulated. It seemed boundlessly mysterious, but in the end, it didn't contain the true mysteries of the universe. The cabin door opened, and Yi Chen walked in. At the front of the battleship was a huge and bright control room. In front of the control room were dozens of flat crystals. Through the crystals, one could see the outside world. However, from the outside, one couldn't see inside, and soul power couldn't enter either. The entire battleship had countless arrays arranged on it. There were spatial shuttle arrays, fortification arrays, soul power isolation arrays, energy circulation arrays, defensive arrays, and so on. Without any exaggeration, the price of a battleship was astonishing. It wasn't something an ordinary life and death king could afford. Start the battleship, full speed ahead. In the center of the control room was a meter-tall metal pillar. At the top of the pillar was a skull-sized crystal ball. This crystal ball was the core of the battleship. In order to control the battleship, one would have to leave a soul imprint on it. Only through the soul imprint would one be able to control the battleship to the greatest degree. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of hidden devices on the sides and tail of the battleship opened, shooting out dazzling blue flames. After a slight pause, the huge battleship moved forward at full speed. This star map can only record a limited number of stars. Not every star can be recorded. The crystal ball's radiance circulated, and a light screen appeared above it. On the screen were numerous twinkling stars. The closest one was a fiery red star. It seemed to be the closest star, but its actual distance was unknown. After all, the stars in the starry sky couldn't be described with numbers. There were billions and billions of stars. Clearly, this fiery red star was an important star, which was why it was recorded. And according to the scale, the distance between the two places was 900,000 light years. Let's go to this star called Firebird first. Yi Chen's finger pointed at the fiery red star. Soon, the battleship's speed reached the point where it could travel through space. connect to the spatial stone, and travel. Through the soul imprint, Yi Chen issued an order. Beginning space travel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. A mechanical voice sounded. Then, with a hum, the battleship shook violently and entered a mysterious chaotic space. As expected, this is the real void. The void of Elysium is just a facade. Traveling through the void, it was unknown how much time had passed. When it came out again, according to the scale, Yi Chen found that the battleship had traveled 300,000 light years. And only 1 year had passed. It's too fast. It traveled 300,000 light years in 1 year. This speed shocked Yi Chen. But when he thought about the vastness of the universe, this speed didn't seem to be much. Otherwise, if it was too slow, by the time it reached Firebird, hundreds or thousands of years might have passed. This battleship could travel through space for a maximum of 1 year. After 1 year, it would need to wait a month before it could travel again. If it traveled continuously, it would cause the space travel matrix to collapse, destroying the most valuable part of the battleship. Therefore, for the next period of time, the battleship slowly flew in space. Isn't that the battleship of our demons? In front of them, a small battleship approached. This battleship was only 100 meters long, but it was much more luxurious than Yi Chen's. Inside the battleship were 2 sixth-layer life and death realm demon kings and 6 fifth-layer life and death realm demon kings. Their destination this time was Elysium. They were going to change shifts. Which demon king of my demon race is inside? Come out. One of the 6th-layer life and death realm demon kings yelled. Yi Chen's expression changed. He had almost forgotten that there was a difference between the battleship of the demons and the evil spirit race. In other words, the battleship of each race was different in the outside world. If he were to openly ride the battleship of the demons to the Firebird planet, he might immediately be chased by a large number of demon kings. It seems like I'll have to use the battleship of the demons less in the future. Right now, I still can't contend against all the demons. Putting away the battleship, Yi Chen's figure flickered, shooting into the distance. It's not one of our demons. Chase. The 8 demon kings were furious. There was actually someone who wanted to rob the battleship of the demons. It was simply courting death. However, they soon exchanged glances. With the speed of their battleship, they actually couldn't catch up to the other party. As for the space travel, it was not used to chase people. Otherwise, a single space travel could bring them to a very distant place. Chapter 10:29. The starlight was resplendent, deep, and dreamy. In this boundless starry sky, the stars had become the main theme of the entire world. It was precisely because of their existence that the starry sky did not seem so desolate and lifeless, giving this world an indescribable vitality and beauty. In the distance, a blue puppet battleship was speeding over. This was a puppet battleship that was over 300 meters long. The lines of the battleship were very smooth, and there was not the slightest obstruction from the beginning to the end. Occasionally, one would see a blue flowing light flashing along the body of the battleship. It was noble and sharp. On the left and right sides of the battleship, there were 2 patterns of blue leaves. If an expert were here, they would certainly recognize that this was a mid-sized Heavenly King battleship. Its price was 50 times that of an ordinary mid-sized King-grade battleship, and 10 times that of a large King-grade battleship. Its defensive cover could withstand the continuous attacks of a 4th-layer King, and it could even withstand the attacks of a 5th-layer King for a period of time. At this moment, in the control room at the front of the battleship, a man and a woman were standing there, gazing at the starry sky through a crystal. The woman was in her 20s. She had a head of long blue hair, a pretty face, and a straight nose. Her figure seemed a bit thin, and her complexion was abnormally pale as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. The man was a black-haired old man. He did not stand shoulder to shoulder with the woman, but instead took a step back. "Uncle Lin, how long have we been out this time?" The woman asked. "Second miss, about 5 years." The black-haired old man said. 5 years have passed so quickly. Fortunately, the 5 years were not wasted. There is indeed a resurrection fruit in the Black Death secret realm. With this fruit, Sister will be able to recover. The woman revealed a faint smile. Yeah, with Big Mrs. Talent, she shouldn't have died so early. She could have easily attacked the 5th, 6th, or even 7th layer of life and death realm, becoming the first Emperor grade character of our Lanya family in thousands of years. If Big Miss can become an Emperor grade character, our Lanya family will become the #1 family on the Firebird Star. Speaking of the woman's elder sister, the black-haired old man couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She is only 42 years old this year, but she has already reached the 4th sky of life and death realm. Compared to her, I am still far behind. However, she has also sacrificed a lot for the family. This time, she almost died. How I wish I could lend her a helping hand. That's right. That's right. Second miss, don't look down on yourself. Being able to cultivate to the 2nd sky of life and death realm at the age of 38 is already extremely rare. What you lack is just a lot of life and death battles. In his heart, the black-haired old man did not think that the 2nd miss was inferior to the 1st Mississippi. The only difference was that the 1st miss was strong, while the 2nd miss was too kind and did not like to fight. Creak. The cabin door of the control room opened, and a young man in a fiery red shirt walked in. "Exion, what are you talking about with Uncle Lin? Let's have a drink in the lobby." The woman called Exion creased her brows. This young man was the successor of the Firebird Star Firebird family. His name was Young Master Firebird, and his strength was quite frightening. He was ranked 5th among the Firebird Star's 10 heroes. He was only 40 this year, but he had already cultivated to the peak of the 3rd sky of life and death realm. If he could enter the 4th sky, he would certainly be ranked in the top 3. 5 years ago, because the Lanya family did not have enough kings, the Black Death secret realm was too dangerous. Therefore, they hired a group of kings, and this young Master Firebird joined them at that time. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that this young Master Firebird was interested in the 2nd miss of the Lanya family. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? The black-haired old man looked displeased as he said, "Young Master Firebird, our 2nd miss is too tired. She won't accompany you for a drink. Next time you enter the control room, please knock on the cabin door." Hee, in a moment of desperation, I forgot. Young Master Firebird's eyes squinted as a cold light surged within them. This Uncle Lin had spoken rudely to him time and time again, which was really annoying. If not for his cultivation base being at the 5th sky of life and death realm and the #1 expert on this battleship, he would have taught him a lesson, lest he thought he was something else. No matter how powerful he was only a servant. "Young Master Firebird, I'm sorry. Exion is not in the mood today. Let's do it another day." Lon Exion declined tactfully. "All right then. I hope Exion won't refuse me next time. After all, you and I have been through life and death together for 5 years. How many 5 years are there in a life?" Exiting the control room, young Master Firebird closed the cabin door. Humph! Seeing young Master Firebird leave, Uncle Lin coldly snorted and said to Lon Exion, "Second miss, sometimes you have to be a bit tougher. Don't let others lead you by the nose. In this regard, eldest miss is much better than you. Sister is sister after all, and I am me. Moreover, during these 5 years, he has indeed helped us a lot. As Lon Exen spoke, she looked toward the sky again. The sky was her favorite scenery, and she could only see it for a long time when the puppet battleship could not travel. As if sensing something, the blue color in Lon Exen's eyes deepened. Through the crystal, she saw a beam of light flying toward them. Someone is here. Lon Exen said, "What's wrong?" Although Uncle Lin's strength was many times more powerful than Lon Exen's, he did not have her eyesight, and his soul power could not spread out too far. A person is flying in this direction. Caution is the parent of safety. People of the Lanya family, listen up. Puppet cannons, prepare to charge. Uncle Lin's voice came through the crystal ball in the center of the control room. Yes, on the outer wall of the blue battleship, dozens of puppet cannons extended out. As a king-level battleship, these puppet cannons could kill kings at the third sky of life and death realm. If given enough time, they could even severely wound kings at the fourth sky of life and death realm. Of course, this was under the condition that the opponent did not move. Therefore, they needed to charge in advance, ready to attack at any time. After getting rid of the demon's battleship, Yi Chen continued flying for a day and a night, trying his best to deviate from his original path. On this day, he used his soul eye and looked in all directions. After cultivating the Yuan spirit secret art, Yi Chen's soul eye could already see everything within 2 billion li. Soon, a blue battleship entered his sight. This battleship did not seem to be inferior to the small demon's battleship, but its size was several times bigger. On both sides of the battleship, there was a blue leaf pattern, which was probably the symbol of some family. Since his own battleship could not be exposed, Yi Chen decided to take a free ride. At worst, he would just have to pay a small fee. After making up his mind, Yi Chen flew toward the blue battleship at 60 to 70% speed. He did not want to be too shocking and be feared by others. 10,000 li away, Yi Chen stopped. His eyes first scanned the dozen puppet cannons on the battleship, then landed on the blue battleship's crystal. "Who are you? What business do you have?" A slightly aged voice was heard. "I'm Yi Chen, and I'm planning to go to the Firebird Star. I wonder if you can give me a ride. Of course, the fee will not be small." Yi Chen did not say too much. The less he said, the better. If he said too much, he would be exposed, although he had no secrets. "No, we're not going to the Firebird Star." The other side refused. Although a bit disappointed, Yi Chen did not give up. This place is several 100,000 light years away from the Firebird Star. If I fly there myself, I'm afraid it will take countless years. Don't worry, my cultivation base is only at the third sky of life and death realm, so I'm not a threat to you. As for the fee, as long as it is not too excessive, I can accept it. This blue battleship was noble and imposing, obviously coming from a big family. Yi Chen did not believe that there were no experts above the third sky of life and death realm on it. "Uncle Lin, let him come up. I don't think he's a bad guy. Moreover, this place is indeed too far from the Firebird Star. Leaving him here alone is a bit inappropriate." Lon Sheener's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin smiled bitterly. This second miss was too kind. Could she tell a good or bad person with her eyes? If she could, there wouldn't be so many sanctimonious people in this world. "All right, but the fee must be collected. We're not doing charity." Uncle Lin agreed. Yi Chen was only at the third sky of life and death realm, so he indeed did not pose too much of a threat. For a youngster like him, it was quite amazing. However, even Firebird Prince didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of him. So how powerful could this youngster be? One more or one less wouldn't affect Yi Chen at all. If the other dared to make any strange moves, he would immediately kill him without any mercy. "Our second miss is kind enough to agree to take you to the Firebird star. Come on up, Uncle Lin said. Many thanks. Cupping his fists, Yi Chun flew toward the blue battleship. The cabin door slowly opened, revealing a man and a woman standing inside. The man was a black-haired old man, who should be the one who spoke just now. The woman had blue hair and a pretty face. She was most likely the second miss of his family. Many thanks to this second miss. Yi Chun cupped his fists again and entered the battleship. The cabin door closed. Uncle Lin said, "This place is 600,000 light years away from the Firebird star. For 10,000 light years, I'll charge you 10 yuan stones. 600 yuan stones in total." Uncle Lin. Lon Sheener was startled. 600 yuan stones was not a small number. Under normal circumstances, 120 yuan stones would be enough for 600,000 light years. All right. Unexpectedly, Yi Chun readily agreed and took out 600 primal chaos crystals from his storage ring, handing them over to the other party. Yuan stones were the currency of the outside world. They contained an extremely powerful energy and could be absorbed by any race. In terms of energy, 1 yuan stone was equivalent to 10,000 extreme-grade spirit stones. However, its value was at least 10,000 times more than extreme-grade spirit stones. The reason why Yi Chun had yuan stones was because the battleship's energy source was these stones. Each battleship had several hundred yuan stones in reserve. He had several tens of thousands of yuan stones on him. Chapter 10:30. It seems like you're quite rich. Uncle Lin had actually asked for an exorbitant price and waited for Yi Chun to bargain. 300 yuan stones was his bottom line, but he hadn't expected that Yi Chun would agree without hesitation. What he didn't know was that Yi Chun had no concept of yuan stones. He thought that 10 yuan stones was normal for a journey of 10,000 light years. Since he had accepted Luo Yunyang's money, Uncle Lin said, "There is a luxurious room on the Blue Leaf. You can stay there. Also, you can enjoy the delicious food and wine in the lounge. If you don't like it, you can ask the chef to cook according to your instructions. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied." The biggest use of a battleship puppet was for traveling. Its secondary use was to rest. The universe was vast. If one didn't have a battleship puppet, they would feel like they had been traveling their entire lives. With a battleship puppet, they could travel and cultivate at the same time. When they were free, they could even sit in the lounge and drink some wine and eat some good food. "Young Master Yi, why are you stranded here alone?" While Uncle Lin and Yi Chun were talking, Lon Xian was carefully sizing up Yi Chun. Yi Chun looked very young. At least on the surface, he seemed to be a year or two younger than young Master Firebird. He looked to be in his early 20s. He was dressed in a spotless blue robe and had a treasured sword at his waist. Although the sword was still sheathed, it gave off a reserved feeling. Yi Chun's appearance was delicate and handsome. His face was slightly pale, and his eyes were as clear as a lake. However, they were deep and unfathomable. Based on appearance alone, Yi Chun couldn't be considered a peerlessly handsome man. However, in terms of temperament, Lon Xian had never seen anyone more outstanding than Yi Chun. Yi Chun didn't want to lie to her, so he said, "I came from a faraway place. I plan to make a trip to the Firebird planet. As for the details, I won't go into detail." Lon Xian nodded. Everyone had their own secrets. Since Luo Yunyang wasn't willing to tell her, she wouldn't force him. "Uncle Lin was being cautious, so I lied to you. We're going to the Firebird planet. Since it's on the way, that's for the best. Thank you for your hospitality." Yi Chun was already satisfied that the other party was willing to let him board the warship. As for the rest, it didn't matter. The luxurious room on the Blue Leaf was indeed very luxurious. It was spacious enough, and there was even a huge bathing pool inside for bathing. Opposite the bathing pool was a 5-meter square crystal. Through the crystal, one could see the starry sky outside. Bathing and watching the starry sky at the same time was an enjoyable experience. After taking a bath, Yichen began to cultivate. He was not in a hurry to break through to the 4th layer. Although there was a certain chance of success, it would be too much for the gate to bear. By the time he tried to break through to the 5th layer, it would completely collapse. Every time he tried to break through to the next realm, he had to refine the gate to an extremely firm and stable state. During the battle with the Troll Emperor, Yi Chun had risked his life to break through to the 3rd layer, which had already caused some cracks to appear in the gate. Although they were not obvious, they were still a hidden danger that could not be ignored. Therefore, for a long time to come, he would not be able to break through to the 4th heavenly layer. Only by condensing his Tao gate to a very solid degree could he begin the next step. However, although the realm could not be increased, it did not mean that his strength could not be increased. The 4th style of Autumn Water Sword Arts, Autumn Water, was created because both the Metal Profound and Water Profound had reached perfection, but they had yet to be completely fused. The fusion of 2 profounds to perfection was much more difficult than he had imagined. Once he succeeded, its might would multiply, and it would not be any weaker than the current merciless water and fire. The 3rd style of vibrational sword arts, Sky Extinction Sword, had made great progress in the past year, with the completion of the Metal Profound. As long as the Earth Profound reached perfection as well, the Sky Extinction Sword would undergo a complete transformation. One sword strike would be able to shatter anything. This was his favorite sword move, and it had always been successful. At present, Yi Chen's 2 strongest sword moves were Merciless Water and Instant Glory. Merciless Water and Fire contained the Water Profound and Fire Profound. The Water Profound was already at perfection, while the Fire Profound was at great completion. Although the balance had been broken, its might had increased a lot. What he needed to do was to comprehend the Fire Profound to perfection as well. At that time, Merciless Water and Fire would be the real Merciless Water and Fire. It would be many times more powerful than ordinary top profound sword skills, and it could even be 10 times more powerful. With one sword strike, it could burn and destroy everything. As for Instant Glory, it was very special. This sword move contained the Space Profound, but Yi Chen's Space Profound was only at 70% completion. However, the power it could display was actually greater than Merciless Water and Fire. From this, it could be seen that the Space Profound was one of the strongest profounds, and it was not without reason. If Yi Chen's Space Profound could reach 80 or 90% completion, the power of Instant Glory would be unimaginable. However, Yi Chen still felt that the Instant Glory, which only contained 70% of Space Profound, still had a lot of untapped potential. It was like a pile of ordinary iron. An ordinary blacksmith could only forge an ordinary iron sword, while a famous blacksmith could forge a well-tempered sword that could cut iron like mud. Space Profound was different from other profounds. There were many areas that needed to be explored. One couldn't blindly focus on improving Space Profound. Instead, one should unearth the potential of Space Profound one by one. Only with a good foundation would one be able to go further in the future. 1 month is up. Let's go through space. In the control room, Lon Sheener used her soul imprint to control the blue leaf. Buzz! A spatial whirlpool appeared in front of the blue leaf. Slowly, the blue leaf entered it and disappeared. Comprehending profounds on a battleship wasn't very realistic. Profounds were the operating laws of nature. One needed to observe and understand nature in order to improve. Thus, Yi Chen set his sights on fusing profounds. First was the Autumn Water Sword Art's fourth move, Autumn Water. In the past year, he had gained a lot of comprehension in the fusion of Metal Profound and Water Profound. He was just a step away from the next step. Half a month later, the door was finally kicked open. With the perfect fusion of Metal and Water Profounds, not only did the Autumn Water Sword Art's power double, but its attack form also became illusory. One couldn't tell the difference between real and fake. If the Merciless Water and Merciless Fire were purely destructive, then the Autumn Water Sword Art could kill without spilling blood. It was hard to tell which of the two moves was superior. Each had its own merits. The Autumn Water Sword Art had been successfully completed. Next, Yichen focused all of his attention on Moment of Glory. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It's a pity that I can't test the power of the instant glory here. In the past 3 months, Yichen had improved a lot. He had unearthed the potential of the instant glory. Of course, this was mainly due to the accumulation of the past year. It's time to go out and take a walk. After not going out for 3 months, Yichen felt that his body was a little rusty. After opening the room door and walking through a long corridor, Yichen arrived at a luxurious hall. The Hall of the Blue Leaf was located in the center of the puppet worship. It was 50 meters long and 30 meters wide. It wouldn't feel crowded even if it contained a few hundred people. The hall was brightly lit. About 100 people were drinking tea and chatting. It was quite lively. Yichen didn't attract much attention when he came out. There would be people entering the room to cultivate every day. On the other hand, there would be people coming out to drink and chat. He found a seat, and soon a waiter walked over. "What would you like to drink and eat?" Yichen opened the menu and said, "I'll have a bottle of Supreme Grade Star wine and some dishes to go with it. You have to pay for Supreme Grade wine. The Star wine is 10 yuan stones per bottle. Anything that was Supreme Grade would not be cheap. On the Blue Leaf, they could eat and drink as much as they wanted without paying, but Supreme Grade wine still had to be paid." Here, Yichen didn't mind and gave the waiter 10 yuan stones. Soon, the dishes were served, and Yichen slowly enjoyed them. "Young Master Firebird, your Fire Thunder Divine Fist is truly powerful. It killed a sentient second-layer life and Death Realm giant star beast with one punch." On the other side of the hall, a dozen kings were talking and laughing. Actually, that star beast was not weak. If not for my Fire Thunder God Fist's improvement, I might not have been able to kill it in one punch. A young man in fiery red clothes said modestly, "You're too modest. Star beasts usually don't have any intelligence, and those that do are extremely frightening. A life and death second-layer star beast is completely comparable to a life and death king, but it still couldn't take one punch from you. Hee, everyone is flattering me too much. Come, let's drink." The young man called Young Master Firebird was very happy to be flattered and repeatedly raised his cup. "Brother, when did you come in? How come I haven't seen you before?" On Yichen's side, a king in his 30s walked over and asked suspiciously, "I came here 3 months ago, so that's how it is. You should have followed a team on an expedition, but the team got into trouble and lost your puppet battleship, right?" The middle-aged king had seen this kind of situation many times. Not everyone had a puppet battleship. Only those big families or powerful kings had the qualifications to own one. Without a puppet battleship, if one wanted to return, they could only hitch a ride. Of course, they would have to pay some yuan stones. Yichen smiled, but didn't explain. Young Master Firebird's voice was too noisy, causing the middle-aged king to sigh with emotion. That young Master Firebird is indeed extraordinary. He's only at the peak of the 3rd layer, but he already has such a frightening battle strength. Even a giant star beast that has cultivated to the 2nd layer of life and Death Realm couldn't withstand one punch from him. It's said that he can contend against a fourth layer Heavenly King. Seems very powerful. Of course, he is one of the top 10 young heroes of Firebird Star. With his Fire Thunder God fist, it's hard to find an opponent. However, you're so young, and your cultivation base is not inferior to young Master Firebird. Seems like you're also a great genius. The middle-aged king sized up Yichen and smiled. I was just lucky. Yichen faintly smiled. Chapter 1031. While talking with him, Yichen asked about some things he didn't know. Gradually, he got a general understanding of the outside world. In the vast universe, there were many worlds that were suitable for life to evolve. There were high-level worlds and low-level worlds. High-level worlds had perfect rules and powerful individuals. Low-level worlds had more incomplete rules. The further one progressed, the more restrictions they would face. Therefore, if one wanted to continue growing, he or she would have to leave the world he or she was in. Besides the many worlds, there were also some planets with life. They were all huge. The smallest one had a diameter of more than 10 million miles. The biggest one had a diameter of more than 100 million miles. There were even superplanets with a diameter of several 100 million miles or even 1 billion miles. No matter if it was a planet with a diameter of more than 10 million miles or 1 billion miles, they all had one thing in common. They had a strong rejection of energy. It was speculated that the core of a planet with life should be an unimaginably condensed energy core. Any other person's energy paled in comparison to it. No, it was like an ant in front of the ocean. It was not worth mentioning. Therefore, outside of a planet with life, you might be able to destroy a planet with a diameter of 10,000 miles. However, on a planet with life, it was already not bad if you could destroy a mountain. The Firebird Star was one of the many stars with life. It had a diameter of 27 million miles, and there were countless life forms living on it. There were humans, beasts, half-demons, and demons. However, there weren't any races like the demon race or the evil spirit race that were extremely domineering. It's really a terrifying planet with life. Compared to the Firebird planet, the planet that Yichen had been on before he transmigrated was like a sesame seed. There was no comparison at all. As for the important planets recorded in the core of the puppet battleship, they were probably planets with life. Suddenly, the noise in the hall grew louder. Miss Longshiner is out. The Lanya family's first and second young ladies are both swordsmen. The first young lady's sword art is sharp and overbearing. She is invincible. The second young lady's sword art is dreamy and beautiful. However, in comparison, the second young lady is more charming. She is indeed one of the 5 beauties of the Firebird planet. Longshiner's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Shiner, you're finally out. Come sit here. The Firebird smiled when he saw Longshiner. He stood up and invited her to take a seat. The seat beside him was specially reserved for her. Miss, this seat is more comfortable. Uncle Lin chose another seat for Longshiner. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Hearing this, Longshiner sat down. With his strength, he could contend against a 4th layer life and Death Realm Heavenly King, but he had to be an ordinary king. And this ordinary was only relative. To be able to cultivate to the 4th layer, who wasn't a genius? Perhaps entering the life and death realm without too much of a genius could also succeed. However, to reach the 4th layer, one needed absolute talent. He could contend against an ordinary 4th layer life and death realm heavenly king, but it would be a bit difficult for him to contend against a powerful one. Not to mention that Uncle Lin was a 5th layer life and death realm expert. Of course, regardless of whether he had the strength to surpass Uncle Lin or not, he wouldn't do anything that would be beneath his dignity in front of Lon Sheener. As if to dissolve the awkwardness of the Firebird Prince, a youngster beside him said with a smile, "In this trip to the Black Death's secret realm, Miss Exion's sword arts have made astonishing progress. In my opinion, even if Miss Exion isn't in the top 5, she's at least in the top 10. Exion knows her own limits. She's fine when exchanging pointers, but in a real fight, I reckon they can beat me in 2 or 3 moves." Lon Sheener creased her brows. She didn't like being flattered. The Firebird Prince recovered from the awkwardness and said with a smile, "Exion, you don't need to be modest. In my opinion, although Yu Qianhen's sword arts aren't bad, the traces are too obvious. It can't compare to your ethereal elegance. If it weren't for the fact that your cultivation level is slightly lower, he might not be your opponent." "Hee, thank you for your praise. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." The reason why Lon Sheener didn't come out often was because she didn't want to be the center of attention. She didn't want people to flatter her intentionally or unintentionally. She liked a quiet life where no one would disturb her. When talking to her, people could treat her like an ordinary person. Lon Sheener stood up and left her seat, walking in the direction of Yi Chen. "Do you mind if I sit here?" Lon Sheener asked with a smile. "Of course not. Miss Exion, please sit," the middle-aged king hurriedly said. Lon Sheener looked at Yi Chen. "Anything is fine." Yi Chen nodded. Lon Sheener elegantly sat down and said, "This seems to be the first time you've come out in 3 months. You're really hard-working." As the owner of the Blue Leaf ship, Lon Sheener knew everything about the Blue Leaf ship. "It's not really hard-working. I'm used to it." Yi Chen indeed treated cultivation as the most ordinary thing and didn't think it was very hard. "You're the same as my sister. You treat cultivation as the only thing and don't care about anything else." Lon Sheener asked someone to bring over a bottle of top-grade Blue Leaf wine. This was a fine wine produced by the Blue Leaf family, and it was very rare. She poured a cup for Yi Chen and the middle-aged king, before pouring one for herself. Everyone pursues different things, so the path they choose is also different. However, for me, cultivation is a part of life, and not the only thing. Yi Chen took a sip of the Blue Leaf wine and felt that it was slightly better than the star wine. It seems that I misspoke." Lon Sheener felt that Yi Chen was very different. He was different from all the young people she had met. He was like a cloud in the sky, so quiet and pure. It was as if nothing around him could affect his state of mind. Sitting with him, the unhappiness she had felt earlier gradually disappeared. Her heart was like still water. She seemed to see the blue leaves of her family dancing in the sky, ethereal and beautiful. This was also the main reason why she had walked over. "Mr. Yi, you're a swordsman. Although I haven't seen your sword technique, I can guess that it must be very powerful. I wonder if you can explain it to me?" Lon Sheener suddenly said, "Please." Yi Chen nodded. 5 years ago, my sword intent had already reached the peak of the 6th rank. I've experienced countless battles on this trip, but why hasn't my sword intent improved at all? Going to the Black Death's secret realm was not only to find the soul returning fruit, but also to train himself. Yi Chen looked at Lon Sheener and said, "Your heart is not firm enough. You are still hesitating. A swordsman should advance courageously and have no regrets. Actually, I can see that you don't like fighting. So, you're not suitable to be a swordsman." The middle-aged king was dumbfounded. Yi Chen's words were too much of a blow. Moreover, it was from a girl. Uncle Lin was slightly angered. Yi Chen's words were too unpleasant, although they weren't without reason. Lon Sheener's expression changed several times. Finally, she smiled bitterly and said, "Your words are the same as my sister's. She also thinks that I'm not suitable to be a swordsman. However, the swordsman in my heart is different from you guys. The sword doesn't have to kill. It can also be used to entertain oneself. The definition of a swordsman is just something added by the later generations. Yi Chen smiled. You know what I mean by a swordsman? It's just that you don't want to admit it. Swordsman was just a name. Being entangled with this name meant that one still had some stubbornness. In other words, if Lon Sheener didn't agree with the concept of a swordsman, she could say that she wasn't a swordsman. I can't out-talk you. Lon Sheener was speechless. Arrogant. You dare to represent swordsmen with just your words. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A discordant voice came. It was young Master Firebird. It turned out that Lon Xian, Er's departure to come to Yi Chen's place had annoyed the Firebird Prince a lot. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. So he brought a group of people over. Hearing Yi Chen's words, it gave him the opportunity to speak. Your cultivation is not low, but your tone is not small. A young swordsman beside young Master Firebird mocked. Yi Chen didn't raise his head and said indifferently, You already said that it's just my words. I also didn't say that I can represent swordsmen. When did you hear me say that? If I, young Master Firebird, say that you said it, then you said it. Why? Do you think there's a problem? I don't have a problem. It's you who has a problem. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. He wasn't angry at all. You, young Master Firebird's eyes were spitting fire. Young Master Firebird, why bother talking nonsense with him? The young swordsman took a step forward. I am Yu Chun. Do you dare to fight with me? In the Firebird planet, the Firebird clan was the strongest. Although his clan wasn't small, if he could build a good relationship with the future successor of the Firebird clan, it would be very beneficial to him. Young Master Yu, this is a conversation between me and young Master Yi. You guys are too rude. Lon Sheener's face was filled with anger. She couldn't help but look at Uncle Lin, hoping that he would stop them. Uncle Lin didn't like what Yi Chun had said just now. He felt that it was not a bad thing for someone to take him down a notch. He said, Second Lady, it's only a fight. It doesn't matter. Anyway, fighting on the blue leaf doesn't allow Xinyuan or willpower. It's just a competition of sword arts. Uncle Lin, Lon Sheener felt a bit sorry for Yi Chun. She could feel that he wasn't targeting her. He was just speaking the truth, although it wasn't pleasant to hear. However, this Yu Chun was not a normal character. His cultivation base was at the peak of the third sky of life and death realm. He was a famous sword artist among the young generation of the Firebird planet, and people called him the Su-Yang Sword King. Chapter 1032. What, you don't dare? Yu Chen's tone was full of disdain. Young Master Firebird sneered as well. Although Yu Chen talked big, he was afraid that he would be nothing more than an embroidered pillow in a fight. He was very clear about Yu Chen's strength. Within the third sky of life and death realm, apart from a few people, he was practically unrivaled. His rising sun sword arts were even more tyrannical and unstoppable. Without using Xinyuan and willpower, his advantage was even greater. After cultivating for 3 months, my body is getting rusty. In that case, let's get some exercise. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen didn't refuse. It was not that he was eager to show off, but he was following his heart. His heart was telling him that if he didn't accept this battle, there would be even more troubles in the future. Young Master Yi, be careful. This Yu Chen is not only tyrannical in his sword arts, but also a body refining expert. Seeing that the situation had already turned out like this, Lon Xian could only secretly warn Yi Chen. No matter. Yi Chen didn't care about Yu Chen's strength, as it was meaningless. The blue leaf was 380 meters long, 130 meters wide, and 90 meters tall. It was divided into several levels, and opening up a huge training field was a piece of cake. On the martial field, there were many people exchanging pointers. They didn't use any true essence or will. They were competing purely on their own martial arts skills. Suddenly, they saw over 100 people arrive on the martial field. They couldn't help but stop and look over with a strange expression. Could it be that two heavyweights were going to compete in martial arts? Worthy of being a king-grade battleship. Compared to ordinary king-grade battleships, it's countless times more powerful. From his previous conversation with the middle-aged king, Yi Chun knew that puppet battleships were divided into various grades. The most common ones were king-grade battleships, followed by king-grade battleships, and even better ones were emperor-grade battleships. The 10 Demons battleships in his storage ring were the most common ones. They were purely used to carry people and didn't have many things to enjoy, not to mention such a huge training field. Yi Chun could see that the ground, ceiling, and walls of the training field were covered with many arrays. There were sturdy arrays, uniform arrays, force unloading arrays, and gravity arrays. Without using Zhen Yuan and will, it would be extremely difficult to destroy the training field. Of course, body refining king's strength was also forbidden. Only the most basic physical strength was allowed. What did you say? Rising Sun Sword King, Yi Chun wants to compete with this youngster? With so many people present, those who didn't know the truth had already heard the whole story from their friends. Yi Chun is 55 years old this year. He became famous earlier than the Firebird Planet's 10 heroes. His rising sun swordsmanship is not only tyrannical, but it is also fast. It is said that it is as fast as light. Perhaps his swordsmanship is not particularly outstanding, but many people who are stronger than him have been killed or defeated by his rising sun swordsmanship. This young man does not seem weak either. Being able to train to the third sky of life and death realm at such a young age, he is undoubtedly a genius. It will not be easy for Yi Chun to beat him. It's hard to say. Some people are talented in cultivation, but their martial arts talent is a level lower. Everyone discussed while sizing up Yi Chun and Yi Chun. Of course, most of them were still paying attention to Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun was too unfamiliar to them. In the center of the training field, Yi Chun and Yi Chun stood 30 meters apart. One sword. I only need one sword to defeat you. Yi Chun's expression was confident. This kind of confidence stemmed from thousands of victories. If I were you, I wouldn't say that. Yi Chun said indifferently. Uncle Lin, can you tell which one of them has the strongest sword aura? Lan Xian could feel that Yi Chun's sword aura was like the morning sun. It seemed calm, but contained boundless explosive power. However, she couldn't tell what Yi Chun's sword aura was. It was faintly discernible and untraceable. Uncle Lin frowned and said, "It's hard to say. This young man seems a little strange." Actually, he was the same as Lan Xian. He could tell the strength of Yi Chun's sword, but he couldn't tell the strength of Yi Chun's sword. This was very abnormal. Could it be that he has reached the state of having no sword in his hand and no sword in his heart? Lan Shiner suddenly thought of a possibility. Once, her sister had talked to her about sword artists. She said that on the Firebird Star, only she and Prince Jinghong had reached the realm of no sword in the hand and sword in the heart. At this realm, the external weaknesses had disappeared, and the sword could be drawn out without any warning. As long as the heart and the sword were there, there would be nothing they could not do. The next realm was the realm of no sword in the hand and sword in the heart. If the external weaknesses had disappeared and the sword in the heart had disappeared, then the spiritual weaknesses had also disappeared. In addition, in the realm of no sword in the heart, one could control the sword momentum and restrain the sword momentum. When killing, one would not feel the slightest danger. This realm not only had the top qualities of a sword artist, but also the top qualities of an assassin. Before killing, there would not be any spiritual fluctuations. Had Yi Chen reached this realm, Lan Xian didn't believe it. This realm was too unbelievable for her. Even her sister and Prince Jinghong were far from reaching it. Yi Chen, let's begin. Don't disappoint me, Prince Firebird said with his arms crossed. Don't worry. Yi Chen, never waste time with my opponent. Rising Sun. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen drew his sword and stabbed at Yi Chen. This sword was so fast that it surpassed the senses of ordinary people. It was as if he was not holding a sword, but a ray of sunlight. Now, this ray of sunlight was shooting at Yi Chen. Rising Sun swordsmanship's first move. Rising Sunday facing Yi Chen's lightning-fast sword. Yi Chen's expression didn't change at all. He unsheathed the great sword on his waist and blocked that ray of sunlight. It was as if he didn't need any time to pull out the sword. Although this kind of speed was not as tyrannical as Yi Chen's Rising Sun swordsmanship, it was more direct and chilling. A metal squeezing sound was heard. The great sword in Yi Chen's hand lost all its light and started to shake violently. In the next second, the sword fell out of Yi Chen's hand as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was blown away. If one looked carefully, one would find that his right arm was completely hanging down. The huge training field was completely silent. It wasn't that they didn't think that Yi Chen could beat Yi Chen, but they didn't think that Yi Chen would be able to kill Yi Chen within a second. They knew how powerful Yi Chen was. In the Black Death secret realm, he had killed 3 life and death realm demon kings, all by himself. It should be known that even the most ordinary life and death realm demon kings were powerful existences. Among them, almost all of them were powerful, and there were no weaklings. Moreover, Yi Chen himself was a body-refining king, so his body strength was astonishing. Even if chi power was not allowed in this place, it wouldn't hinder him from using his advantage in this aspect. However, what did they see? Yi Chen not only made Yi Chen's sword fall out of his hand, but also made him spurt out blood and fly back. Even his right arm seemed to be temporarily crippled. Too weak. He can't even take 5% of my power. Yi Chen inwardly shook his head. Yi Chen's strength could be ranked in the top 20 among the young generation of the Firebird planet. However, it was still barely satisfactory. In Elysium, without using Zhen Yuan, there were a lot of people who could block 5% of his power. Duguju and Snow Sword of Gojosian were the most outstanding among them. Their control of power far surpassed the others. Control of power sounded like nothing much, but Yi Chen, who had truly entered this palace, understood that this was a path that would make people extremely terrifying, almost like gods. The more powerful one's body was, the harder it would be to control it. Therefore, without truly reaching this realm, one's control of power would be unstable. Duguju could explode with astonishing potential in a short period of time after being stimulated. However, after that, only a part of this potential would be left behind, while the other part would be hidden deep within his body. The Snow Sword of Gojosian was the same. After the battle of life and death, Yi Chen had completely entered this palace. The manifestation of this realm was that the will contained within his cells was stronger than others because he could control the will of these cells. Su Jing's original body was a golden dragon, and her original body's power was stronger than anyone else's. If she entered this palace, it was possible that her power would increase by dozens of times. Unfortunately, because her original body's power was too great, it would be thousands of times harder for her to reach this realm than others. Yi Chen guessed that humans should be the race that could most easily enter this realm. Without looking at Yi Chen turned around and left the martial arts field. Since the trouble had been resolved, there was no need for him to stay here and accept everyone's gazes. Yu Chen was about to stand up and continue fighting, but as soon as he stood up, his right arm and chest exploded. Blood filled the air, and his body fell to the ground again. Mr. Firebird was shocked by the scene in front of him. Even after Yi Chen had left the martial arts field, he didn't say anything, nor did he think of stopping him from leaving. This sword technique is too terrifying. It was just a simple sword fight, but it could injure Yi Chen to this extent. If it was a battle of life and death, wouldn't Yi Chen be dead by now? Killing with one strike, this seems to be the trademark of Mr. Jinghong. How exaggerated. The crowd discussed animatedly, their emotions surging. Terrifying. Uncle Lin took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions. Uncle Lin, what's so mysterious about this sword technique? To be honest, this was the first time Lan Xian had seen such a thrilling duel between swordsmen. One strike to determine life and death without any hesitation. Compared to her sister's sword technique, Yi Chen's sword technique was more direct, without any hesitation. It was also more dangerous. Uncle Lin shook his head and said, "It seems that I have underestimated him. I can't see anything special about this sword technique. All I know is that it contains the power of vibration." He was a little regretful that he had been a little rash before. Offending a swordsman with a bright future was not the right thing to do. Second miss, if you learn sword techniques from him, you might be able to reach the level of eldest Mississippi. However, he felt that there was still a chance to make up for it, and that was to let Lan Xian get close to Yi Chen. Chapter 1033. Lan Xian waited for 4 whole months. On this day, the door to Yi Chen's room was finally opened. Gongzi Yi. Lan Xian welcomed Yi Chen as soon as he appeared in the living room. This time, Uncle Lin did not follow behind him. "Miss Xian." Yi Chen nodded with a relaxed look on his face. Lan Xian observed Yi Chen's expression and saw that he seemed to be in a good mood. She thought to herself, did his swordsmanship improve again? How terrifying. But this is great. Asking him for advice now should have a high chance of success. Lan Xian gestured with her hand and said, "Gongzi Yi, I've already arranged a seat for you. Sit here." Okay. Lan Xian probably had a favor to ask of him, and it was most likely related to swordsmanship. Yi Chen did not reject her. Kindness must be repaid. She let him board the blue leaf, which was a favor, even though she had accepted a fee. After eating and drinking, Lan Xian looked at Yi Chen with her big blue eyes. "Gongzi Yi, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you'll agree to it. Say it." Yi Chen waited for her to continue. "I want Gongzi Yi to teach me swordsmanship." Lan Xian went straight to the point. Without changing his expression, Yi Chen said, "Everyone's swordsmanship has its own style. The profoundness it contains is also different. The fusion points are also very different. I don't dare to teach you, but I can give you some pointers. Before that, let's go to the training field. Show me your swordsmanship." Gongzi Yi agreed. Lan Xian did not expect things to go so smoothly. "Let's go." Yi Chen stood up. Okay. Lan Xian quickly stood up and led the way. On the training field, Lan Xian performed the illusion swordsmanship and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked, "What's the name of this swordsmanship?" "Illusion swordsmanship." "Illusion swordsmanship. Nice name." Yi Chen continued, "Your illusion sword art contains the water profound and the light profound. Using the effect of water, you can make light refract or deflect to cover up the true location of your attack. However, you've been pursuing perfection too much, and you've neglected the practicality. There are some areas that don't need to be changed. If you change too much, it will not only waste your Jinyuan, but also waste opportunities and reduce your lethality. Yi Chen's eyesight was very sharp. Lan Xian Er's illusory sword art could easily make people intoxicated, as if they were in a dream. If an ordinary sword artist encountered this sword art, they wouldn't even know how they died. However, ordinary sword artists were still ordinary sword artists. It didn't mean that all sword artists would be bewitched. On the contrary, a truly powerful sword artist would easily defeat Lan Xian by exploiting the flaws of the sword art. In other words, Lan Xian sword technique could only be used to bully the weak. Against the strong, she would lose very quickly. This was a sword technique that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Then how do we change it? Lan Xiner asked. Very easy. You and I just need to practice for a while. There were some things that couldn't be conveyed with words. Normally, when a master taught his disciple, there were 2 steps. One was to teach by example, which meant that the master would first speak and then personally teach. Lan Xian nodded, be careful. Illusory sword art's first movement, illusory heart. Lan Xiner's great sword was a light blue, top-grade greatsword. Its blade was extremely thin, like a blue stream of water. When it sliced through the air, it created circles of light blue ripples. Along with the appearance of the ripples, the position of the sword refracted, making it hard to tell which angle she was going to attack from. Yi Chen didn't use force to break the technique, since that would be meaningless. He took out the demon slaughtering sword and pointed it at the center of the ripples. Splash! It was like the sound of flowing water. The ripples were completely messed up, and so was Lan Xian sword art. In the next second, Yi Chen's sword pierced through the messy ripples, and the tip of the sword was only a hair away from Lan Xian forehead. The flaw of this move is that it isn't focused enough, and it changes too early. Actually, you can deal with changes by not changing. The moment you exchange blows with your opponent, you can create many changes. That way, even if your opponent discovers your flaw, he won't have time to deal with it and will instantly fall into a disadvantageous position. Yi Chen's own sword arts usually turned complicated into simple. This was because of his high level of sword arts, but it didn't mean that Yi Chen didn't know sword arts with many changes. Any set of sword arts actually had many changes, and within the changes, there would be more changes. However, no matter how many changes there were, it was just a process, and the goal was the same, to defeat the opponent. Is that so? Lan Xian ordinary sword pierced over. Yi Chen raised his sword to meet the attack. Ding! The moment the 2 swords clashed, Lan Xian sword art produced countless changes. Ripples spread out, enveloping Yi Chen. Not bad. You seem to have learned it long ago. Yi Chen stretched out his left hand, and 2 of his fingers clamped the tip of his opponent's sword. Lan Xian was shocked. Even her sister had to take the changes of this sword seriously, but Yi Chen could easily clamp it. My sister taught me this, but she could only modify the first move. She couldn't modify the second move because she couldn't connect it with the rest. The illusory sword art only had 2 moves. The first was illusory heart, and the second was illusory dream. If she performed only one move, it wouldn't be complete. This was because this illusory sword art was a powerful sword art that Lan Xian had obtained from a mysterious mystic realm. It was called illusory heart illusory dream, due to the high cultivation difficulty of the illusory heart illusory dream. Lan Xian had separated it into 2 moves. Although each move only had 1/10 of the essence, at least she could perform it. Don't worry. Your sister couldn't modify the second move because her modification of the first move wasn't thorough enough. The moment she fought with her opponent, her sword art would produce many changes. If her opponent blocked it, she could continue to produce many changes, and she could perform it endlessly. In this way, she would have finished accumulating power. The first move, Illusory Heart, was actually used to accumulate power for the second move, Illusory Dream. If she didn't accumulate enough power, she wouldn't be able to perform the second move. This was also why Lan Xian didn't use the first move that her sister had taught her, and still used her own first move. After all, only by performing 2 moves in a row would she be able to display the greatest power to deal with a stronger opponent. It was very difficult to produce so many changes in a row. However, it wasn't a problem for Yi Chen. If he used 100% of his power for the first attack, he would use 90% for the second attack, 80% for the third attack, and so on. This way, he could accumulate power and make his opponent tired. Under Yi Chen's guidance, Lan Xian finally completed the modification of the first move, Illusory Heart. She could produce the Illusory Heart 3 times in a row, although it wasn't perfect. Ding, ding, ding. On the martial arts field, Lan Xian stabbed at Yi Chen with her sword. After it was blocked by Yi Chen, ripples spread out, and the dreamy second sword stabbed at Yi Chen's right shoulder. Yi Chen's wrist shook, and the Devil Slayer's sword easily blocked the second sword. The ripples continued to spread, and the third sword came, stabbing at the center of Yi Chen's eyebrows. Each sword was faster and more dreamy than the one before. If it was another swordsman whose strength was not as strong as Yi Chen, but who was stronger than Lan Xian, he would have already been defeated. In such a short period of time, it wasn't important whether he could see the flaw or not. Illusory Dream. The third sword was blocked. The light blue sword in Lan Xian's hand drew a circle. As this circle formed, the light blue ripples that had yet to dissipate silently collapsed, turning into a misty blue rain that completely enveloped Yi Chen. This misty rain was dreamy and illusory. Even if he closed his eyes, he could feel the beauty that didn't exist in this world. It was as if this blue misty rain not only enveloped his body, but also his soul. However, who knew that hidden behind the blue misty rain was a fatal blue sword light. It blended into the misty rain and quietly approached. The blue misty rain separated, and the sword light collapsed. At the same time, another extremely sharp sword light burst forth, heading straight for Lan Xian's face. Lan Xian was so scared that she took 3 steps back. Yi Chen smiled, put away the Devil Slayer's sword, and said, "The first move is almost done. However, to perfect, it is not something that can be done in a day. It requires time and effort. Now, let's start with the second move." Yi Chen suddenly felt the blue leaf pause for a moment. "We've arrived at Firebird Planet." Lan Xian closed her eyes. When she opened them, she was a little annoyed. "We've arrived so quickly?" Yi Chen was a little surprised. He and Lan Xian had only stayed in the martial arts field for a dozen days. Adding the 3 months and 4 months before that, they had only been there for a total of 8 months. When the blue leaf began to travel through space, it was 600,000 light-years away from Firebird Planet. Lan Xian explained, "The speed of a heavenly monarch warship is 3 times that of a king warship. In 8 months, it is exactly 600,000 light-years. So that's how it is. May, I know the price of a king warship and a heavenly monarch warship. If he had enough source stones, Yi Chen wanted to buy a heavenly monarch warship." Lan Xian said, "Warships are divided into different sizes. From small to large, they are small warships, medium warships, and large warships. A small king warship costs about 3,000 to 5,000 source stones. A medium king warship costs 10,000 to 15,000 source stones. A large king warship costs 30,000 to 50,000 source stones. As for a heavenly monarch warship, the price is about 50 times that of a king warship. For example, a small heavenly monarch warship costs 150,000 to 200,000 source stones. A medium king warship costs 500,000 to 700,000 source stones. A large king warship costs 5 million to 2 million source stones. So expensive. Yichen was a little shocked. He naturally knew the value of source stones. It was not an exaggeration to say that one source stone was equivalent to tens of thousands of top-quality spirit stones. In this way, a small king warship would cost more than 100 million top-quality spirit stones. A small heavenly monarch warship would cost more than 5 billion top-quality spirit stones. It was an astronomical figure. Moreover, this blue leaf was a medium heavenly monarch warship, and its price was much higher than a small heavenly monarch warship, costing more than 15 billion top-quality spirit stones. That's natural. Above heavenly monarch warship is the emperor warship. The cheapest small emperor warship costs more than 30 million source stones. The defensive cover of an emperor warship can withstand continuous attacks from a 6th-layer heavenly monarch. A peak emperor warship can even withstand continuous attacks from a 7th-layer life and death king. Chapter 1034. The Firebird star was a large, light red star with a diameter of 27 million kilometers. Such a large star could be clearly seen even from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. The distance between the blue leaf and the Firebird star was only tens of thousands of kilometers. At a glance, the gigantic Firebird star filled one's line of sight. It was boundless. Besides the blue leaf, there were thousands of puppet battleships around it. Most of them were king-class battleships. There were small, medium, and large ones. Of course, there were also many heavenly king battleships. There were at least 1 or 2 among the dozens of battleships. As for emperor battleships, there was no need to think about them. The Firebird planet was just a small planet with life, so it was impossible for it to have an emperor battleship. Begin decelerating. In the universe, there was very little resistance and friction. In the atmosphere, the resistance was very high. If they didn't decelerate, the entire blue leaf would burn up. After all, the Firebird planet was different from Elysium. In Elysium, once one's speed reached a certain level, they would directly enter the void. However, the space of the Firebird planet was the space of the universe. It was very stable. No matter how fast one was, it was impossible to enter the void. When one's speed reached a frightening level, the friction would be terrifying. In other words, regardless of whether it was a puppet battleship or a martial artist, they would not be able to increase their speed to the limit within the atmosphere of the Firebird planet. Even 1/10 of their speed would be enough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strong air currents assaulted the blue leaf, causing it to sway slightly. However, the blue leaf quickly adapted to the air currents of the Firebird planet and began to stabilize. Lan Xian explained to Yichen, the Firebird planet has very little ocean. 90% of the planet is made up of land, and most of the land is unsuitable for human habitation because earthquakes and volcanic eruptions often occur there. Only 30% of the land is suitable for human habitation. This 30% is divided into 3 continents. The largest is the Firebird continent, followed by the Flaming Wind continent, and then the Ironbone continent. My blue leaf family is located in the southeast of the Firebird continent. The Firebird planet seems to have a lot of metal mines. Through the hull of the blue leaf, Yichen's soul force radiated outwards. The ground below was filled with mines and miners. Every time a batch of ore was mined, a large puppet carriage would come forward to transport it. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Lan Xian nodded The Firebird star is a fire element star. Metal mines can be found on more than half of the continent. Every year, we have to transport a large amount of metal to other planets with life. Because of this, although the Firebird star is located at the edge, it is very lively. Tens of thousands of puppet battleships come and go. Most of them are here to buy metals. Of course, many of them are here to buy weapons. The weapon forging industry on the Firebird star is very prosperous. Every city has dozens of weapon forging shops. There are dozens of weapon forging shops in every city. Yichen could not help but be shocked. In Elysium, there were very few blacksmiths who could forge weapons. More than 99% of the weapons were passed down from ancient times. Yichen did not think that the weapons she was talking about were normal weapons. They were definitely weapons of the artifact level. Dozens of weapon forging shops in a city could not even be described as prosperous. Indeed, weapon forging is the main industry on the Firebird star, and weapon forging is only second to warriors. From low to high, they are low-rank blacksmiths, mid-rank blacksmiths, upper-rank blacksmiths, and the most noble extreme rank blacksmiths. An extreme rank blacksmith status is much higher than normal kings. Of course, to become an extreme rank blacksmith, one has to be at least at the Sea of Souls realm. While the two were talking, the blue leaf began to land. This was a huge city in the southeastern part of the Firebird continent. The walls of the entire city were built with a special kind of stone. The surface of the walls gave off a faint glow, and it seemed to have a pretty good defensive power. In the center of the city was a huge square. Hundreds of puppet warships were parked neatly in the square. This is the battleship parking area of our Blue Leaf family. Since a lot of people use battleships for business, we park them here instead of putting them away. Of course, these are all King-class battleships. Sky King-class battleships would not be left outside casually. The cabin door opened, and a group of people walked down from the Blue Leaf. "Second young miss, you are finally back." In the plaza, a group of people with the Blue Leaf symbol on their clothes were already waiting. The leader seemed to be a housekeeper, but his cultivation was not low at all. He was at the first sky of life and death realm. Lon Exiner said, "Housekeeper Lou, how is my sister now?" "Still unconscious." Housekeeper Lou shook his head. Nodding, Lon Exiner said, "As long as it doesn't worsen, it's fine. I've already brought back the resurrection fruit. It can definitely cure sister." As she spoke, she turned around and looked at Yichen. "Mr. Yi, why don't you stay in my Lon family for a few days? After I cure my sister, I can take you to tour the Firebird planet." "No need. I am used to being alone. In a strange place, it should be interesting to explore alone." "All right then." Although she had not spent a lot of time with Yichen, Lon Exiner knew that once Yichen made up his mind, he would not change it. "Go on with your business. I will take a stroll in this city first." Waving his hand, Yichen walked toward the nearest street. "Second young miss, who is he?" Housekeeper Lou saw that Lon Exiner seemed to care a lot about Yichen, so he asked. Lon Exiner said, "A very powerful sword artist. Let's not talk about this anymore. Take me to see my sister." "All right." Before leaving, Housekeeper Lou sized up Yichen's back. "A very powerful sword artist. Young Master Firebird. Are you letting him go just like that?" A young king beside young Master Firebird said. "Then what do you want?" Yichen did not say anything, even though he had suffered a loss once. A swordsman like him would not be a nameless nobody. Maybe he was a genius from another planet. At that time, there would be others to entertain him. As for me, as long as I enter the fourth layer, I will have more or less confidence. There will be no need for me to cause trouble. Young Master Firebird did not want to immediately regain his dignity, nor did he want to rely on his family's power. This was the rule of a life star. In a battle between geniuses, relying on family's power would be a joke. Interesting. Although he had already left, young Master Firebird's voice still reached Yi Chen's ears. This city was called Blue Leaf City, which belonged to the Blue Leaf family. It occupied a vast area spanning 1,000 li. Just as Lan Xian had said, the Firebird planet was indeed a star with a well-developed weapon forging industry. Basically, every main street had a weapon shop that specialized in selling all kinds of weapons. Blue Leaf City had more than 200 weapon shops. Of course, Blue Leaf City was a big city in the Firebird planet. Ordinary cities would have dozens of weapon shops. Arriving at a weapon shop with the Blue Leaf logo, Yi Chen entered. The weapon shop was very spacious, with 5 floors in total. The first floor had the most of the low-grade artifacts, with all kinds of them. Just the low-grade artifacts on the counter alone numbered in the thousands. The second floor had mid-grade artifacts, while the third floor had upper-grade artifacts. The fourth floor had semi-extreme grade artifacts, and according to the staff, the fifth floor had pseudo-extreme grade artifacts and extreme grade artifacts. However, extreme grade artifacts were extremely rare, and most of the time, they were out of stock. Arriving at the fourth floor, Yi Chen checked the prices. The lowest price for a semi-extreme grade artifact is 1,000 extreme grade spirit stones, and the highest is 5,000. It seems very cheap. The fourth floor and below all used extreme grade spirit stones as the unit of measurement. 1,000 extreme grade spirit stones would be equivalent to 5 million upper grade spirit stones. In Elysium, 5 million upper grade spirit stones would not be enough to buy a semi-extreme grade artifact. Compared to upper grade artifacts, the price of a semi-extreme grade artifact would be dozens or even 100 times higher. You're right. Although Elysium is huge, it is still not bigger than the universe. Some of the materials that are rarely seen in Elysium might be very common in the universe. Plus, the weapon forging industry here is too developed, which leads to the weapons being of high quality and low price. On the fifth floor, HM, the cheapest pseudo-extreme grade artifact costs 10 yuan stones. 10 yuan stones were equivalent to hundreds of thousands of extreme grade spirit stones. The most expensive one is 50. There were dozens of pseudo-extreme grade artifacts, which was not a small amount. Unfortunately, there were only a few extreme grade artifacts, not even one. They had probably all been sold. What is the price of an extreme grade artifact on the Firebird planet? Yi Chen asked the shop assistant on the 5th floor. The shop assistant was very observant. Hearing Yi Chen's question, he immediately knew that he was not from the Firebird planet, so he said, "Extreme grade artifacts are very rare no matter where you go. Low extreme grade artifacts cost around 200 to 300 yuan stones. Mid-extreme grade ones cost 500 to 700 yuan stones, and high extreme grade ones cost 1,000 to 1,500 yuan stones. Above that, there are Sky King grade artifacts that cost more than 2,000 yuan stones. In other words, I can buy a mid-extreme grade artifact with the money I paid on the blue leaf." Yi Chen already had a rough idea of the purchasing power of yuan stones. According to Lan Xian, a large king-grade battleship would cost more than 30,000 yuan stones. 10 of them would be 300,000 yuan stones. Even a normal Sky King-grade battleship would cost 150,000 yuan stones. If I want to survive here, this amount of yuan stones is not enough. I have to think of other ways to earn more. Do you buy artifacts here? Yi Chen asked again. Of course. Coming to the counter, Yi Chen took out a pseudo-extreme grade sword and handed it to the shopkeeper. Good sword. it actually contains such a powerful destruction sword intent. The shopkeeper was shocked. How much? Normally, a pseudo-extreme grade artifact's price is between 10 to 50 yuan stones. This sword, I can give you 60 yuan stones. The shopkeeper said with a smile. All right. Yi Chen nodded. He did not really want to sell the sword. He just wanted to see if the sword he had made would be popular here. It seemed like it was not bad at all. Chapter 1035. With 60 source stones in hand, Yi Chen did not leave immediately. After thinking for a while, he pulled out the demon slaughtering sword from his waist. What about this sword? This is a top-quality high-level sword. The shopkeeper's eyesight was very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that this was an extremely rare top-quality, high-level sword. Generally speaking, low-level top-quality swords were often sold in weapon shops and were considered expensive luxury goods. Middle-level top-quality swords would only be sold once every few months. And as for top-quality high-level swords, one might not even be seen in 3 to 5 years. Some weapon shops would open their entire lives without having a top-quality, high-level sword for sale. But it's a pity. The shopkeeper suddenly shook his head. What's a pity? Yi Chen asked. The shopkeeper looked at Yi Chen. This sword's most precious material should be the crimson essence, but the person who forged it did not use the crimson essence's power to its limit, and it did not completely fuse with the other materials. I once saw a sword that contained the crimson essence, and that sword felt as if the spirit and flesh were one. This sword is still lacking a little, and correspondingly, that sword's grade was also higher than this one. It was a heavenly king grade sword. So that's how it is. Yi Chen nodded. In the entire Elysium, he was the only one who could forge top-quality swords, and it felt like he was building a car behind closed doors. On the other hand, on Firebird Planet, the weapon forging industry was unprecedentedly developed, and they naturally sought perfection. As if knowing that Yi Chen did not really want to sell this sword, the shopkeeper returned the demon slaughtering sword to Yi Chen and said, although the forging of this sword is lacking a little, the material is not bad, and it contains a powerful destruction sword intent. Its value far surpasses other top-quality, high-level swords. I estimate it to be around 2,500 source stones. This was not a low price. Under normal circumstances, top-quality high-level treasures were worth between 1,000 to 1,500, so 2,500 source stones was equivalent to 2 top-quality high-level treasures. Leaving the weapon shop, Yi Chen walked towards the general store. He needed a map of Firebird Planet. Young master, our maps here are divided into many grades. The lowest is a paper map, and the highest is a star shrinking device. The general store shopkeeper introduced. Star shrinking device. Let me see. Yi Chen was a little curious. Wait a moment, young master. The shopkeeper walked into the room behind the counter. When he came out, he was holding a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball was fixed on a black square block of wood, sparkling and translucent. This is the star shrinking machine. Yi Chen sensed a mysterious fluctuation from it. That's right. Young master, you can inject a strand of your soul power into it, the shopkeeper said with a smile. All right. After nodding slightly, a strand of soul force emerged from between Yi Chen's eyebrows and silently entered the star shrinking device. In the next moment, an image appeared in Yi Chen's mind. It was the miniature of a pale red star, exactly the same as the Firebird star. As he concentrated, he discovered that this Firebird star could be enlarged. First, it was the Firebird continent, then the southeast part of the Firebird continent, then Blue Leaf City. Finally, the entire structure of Blue Leaf City was displayed clearly. He could even see the location of the street he was on. What a marvelous technique! Yi Chen sighed. The shopkeeper asked curiously, What Is this young master's first time seeing a star-shrinking device? That's right. My hometown is in a certain world, not a star with life. Yichen explained. He indeed. Star-shrinking devices can only be found on stars with life. The shopkeeper smiled, indicating that he understood. How much is this star-shrinking device? Yichen decided to buy it. The star-shrinking devices of the Firebird star are all 10 yuan stones. It's the same everywhere. Young master can rest assured. It's not that expensive. 10 yuan stones were equivalent to hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. For life and death kings, it was still acceptable, but for Sea of Soul Realm experts, it was too expensive. Here, handing over 10 yuan stones, Yichen put away the star-shrinking device. Excuse me, do you have any supreme-grade sword forging books or books introducing supreme-grade metals? After solving the problem of the map, Yichen turned his attention to the sword forging art. His sword forging art had many flaws and was not perfect. In fact, the sword forging art he had obtained in Gemstone Islands only touched upon a trace of supreme-grade sword forging art. Being able to forge supreme-grade swords was entirely due to Yichen's comprehension of sword Dao and powerful perception. If it were another sword forging genius, it would be difficult to forge a pseudo-supreme-grade sword. Yes, but a lot. Moreover, the price is not cheap. The shopkeeper said, I'll take as many as you have. Yichen's expression became spirited. Soon, the shopkeeper took out a small chest and opened it, revealing jade strips inside. Young master, these are all top-grade sword forging technique jade strips. After pouring your soul energy into them, the sword forging technique knowledge in the jade strips will enter your mind. After using it once, the jade strips will become useless. The function of jade strips was to prevent knowledge from leaking, just like profound sense martial skills. How much is one strip? 1 yuan stone. Do you mind if I look through a few first? Don't worry, I'll pay for the ones I've looked through. No problem. Taking out a jade strip, Yichen poured his soul power inside. Supreme-grade fire attribute sword forging art. He took out another one. Supreme-grade earth attribute sword forging art. Supreme-grade water attribute sword forging art. Supreme-grade metal attribute sword forging art. Supreme-grade Qin Yang sword forging art. Supreme-grade extreme Yin sword forging art. After reading through 7 or 8 jade scrolls in one breath, Yichen had a feeling of being enlightened. The sword forging knowledge inside was not very detailed. It was just the basics, and some parts were even unclear. If it were a normal top-rank sword forger, they would be completely lost. However, Yichen's understanding of the sword Dao had already reached an unimaginable level. Even the tiniest bit of extreme-rank sword forging knowledge would be able to gradually improve him. Therefore, this extreme-rank sword forging knowledge was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for him. All right, I'll take them all. A total of 24 yuan stones. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. To be honest, these top-grade sword forging technique jade strips weren't some kind of secret that couldn't be passed on to others. They were merely the most basic knowledge. If one thought that buying a top-grade sword forging technique jade strip would allow one to forge a top-grade treasured sword, that would be the ravings of a fool. It was like giving a peerless secret cultivation technique. Without the guidance of a master, one wouldn't know how to cultivate. Everything had to be supported by the details. True supreme-grade sword forging, art wasn't for sale. Those famous sword forging masters wouldn't pass down their secret sword forging art to others. Even when they taught their disciples, they would only pass down a bit of it from time to time. Unless the disciple was their direct disciple, the majority of the disciples wouldn't be able to learn it. Naturally, the shopkeeper was happy to sell a set of supreme-grade sword forging art. Gongzi, you've taken care of quite a lot of my business this time. I'll give you this set of books introducing metal materials." The shopkeeper took out a huge box and placed it in front of Yi Chun. "Supreme Grade Metal Material Introduction. Supreme Grade Metal Material Introduction. Supreme Grade Metal Material Introduction." Just like the Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art, the books on Supreme Grade Metal Material Introduction were categorized into different categories. "Many thanks." Yi Chun accepted it without hesitation. Compared to the other items he had bought, these books weren't worth much. Otherwise, the shopkeeper wouldn't be so generous as to give him a set. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Yi Chun had not only digested the knowledge of 24 Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art, but he had also finished reading all the books introducing metal materials. It's time to purchase some Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art. Forging swords could strengthen Yi Chen's foundation. The reason why Yi Chen's sword Dao could advance by leaps and bounds was due to the countless swords he had forged. There were many things that one could comprehend by analogy, and the same went for sword forging. After all, it wasn't easy to comprehend martial arts and profoundness. By the end of the day, Yi Chun had purchased a large amount of Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art. Just the most common star, iron alone cost Yi Chun tens of millions of jin. Of course, although it looked heavy, it was only the size of a small fake mountain. Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art was extremely mysterious. Although it didn't look big, a piece of metal the size of a fist weighed thousands of jin. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to forge a Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art that could change its size at will. It's a pity that I don't have enough primal stones. Yi Chun had spent more than half of the primal stones he had. Fortunately, the Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art was enough for him to forge hundreds of Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art. Even if they were all inferior Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art, they would still be worth 2 to 300,000 primal stones. However, Yi Chun knew that this was only in theory. With Yi Chen's current experience of forging one Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art, it would be good if he had a 10% success rate. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't even have a 1% success rate. No matter what they did, they would have to pay the tuition fee first. This was also the reason why there were very few solitary Supreme Grade Sword Forgers. Out of 100, there would only be 1 or 2. Most of the Supreme Grade Sword Forgers had the support of superfamilies and sections. Normal families and sects wouldn't have so many primal stones to spend. The price of raising a Supreme Grade Sword Forger was very shocking. Without primal stones, even if you were a peerless genius, you would still have to stand aside. Correspondingly, on the Firebird planet, those with Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art would have a very prestigious status, much higher than normal kings. Many powerful kings would fight to send gifts to them, begging them to forge Supreme Grade Sword Forging Art. Looks like I should sell the 10 Demons battleships. I can't use them anyway. The Demons battleships were very valuable, and it would be too wasteful to keep them. Once they were used, the upper echelons of the Demons might notice them. Maybe I can sell them to her. Yi Chun thought of Lan Sheener. Chapter 1036. In the center of Blue Leaf City, there was a manor that looked like a small city. The manor was divided into 5 parts: east, west, south, and center. 2 young women were sparring in the training field of the southern manor. Of these 2 women, one was Lan Sheener, and the other looked a bit like Lan Sheener. However, her face was more angular, and she looked very cold. This was Lan Sheener's older sister, Lan Sheener. She was ranked 2nd among Planet Firebird's 10 heroes. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of swords clashing rang out incessantly. Sparks flew everywhere, and when the aftershocks spread out, mysterious ripples appeared around the martial arts field. These ripples had the effect of absorbing the aftershocks, so although the fight between the two seemed to be extremely intense, the damage caused was rather limited. Sister, be careful. Illusion! A blue misty rain burst out and enveloped Lon Sheener. With a flick of her wrist, the light blue sword in Lon Sheener's hand was like a flowing spring. It merged with the blue misty rain and attacked Lon Sheener. Lon Xian had a hard time dealing with the previous illusory heart. The only reason she was able to do so was because Lon Xian's swordplay wasn't very proficient. She hadn't reached the stage where her heart and sword were connected. Even so, Lon Xian was shocked. 5 years ago, in terms of swordplay, Lon Xian was much weaker than her. She even helped her modify the illusory heart. Could it be that Lon Xian had improved so much in the past 5 years that her swordplay was catching up to her? The illusory heart's suppression on her was too great. Once the illusory heart appeared, Lon Sheener could no longer reverse the situation. However, at that moment, a powerful sword force exploded from her body. She used force to break Lon Sheener's sword light. Hee, sister, the power you used just now was more than mine. Lon Sheener smiled. When they sparred, they always used the same amount of power. It was just swordsmanship. You win this time. Lon Sheener let out a breath of turbid air and smiled. Putting away her sword, Lon Sheener said, I'm satisfied to be able to beat you by one move. Next time, let's have a proper spar. The so-called sparring was to test each other's sword techniques. Lon Xian didn't think that her sister would lose to her in a real fight. Her opponent could easily disrupt her sword techniques in the middle of the fight, instead of allowing her to use them freely. Okay. Lon Xian nodded and asked curiously, is this the result of your 5 years? No, on the way back, a powerful swordsman taught me. Although we've only been together for a dozen days, I feel that my understanding of sword skills has deepened. Lon Sheener thought of Yi Chun, a powerful swordsman. Could he be an elder? Lon Xian subconsciously thought that the person teaching her was a famous swordsman with a lot of seniority. This kind of thing happened often. Some seniors would occasionally teach young people they liked and even take them in as disciples. Prince Jinghong, who was ranked first among Planet Firebird's 10 heroes, was taken in as a disciple by an Emperor-class swordsman. Big sister guessed wrong again. The one who taught me was a young swordsman. He looked even younger than me, probably only 36 or 37 years old. Lon Sheener seemed to enjoy seeing her sister being defeated. She blinked her eyes. A 36 or 37-year-old swordsman taught you? Lon Xian was really shocked. 36 or 37 years old was indeed too young for their realm. Planet Firebird's 10 heroes were all over 40 years old. Don't underestimate this gap of 3 or 4 years. It was very likely that their strength had increased tenfold. It seemed that only those geniuses on the Heavenly King list could be this powerful at this age. Lon Xian couldn't help but be extremely curious about the young swordsman her sister spoke of. Tell me about him, Yi Zichen said. Lon Xian said, Okay. Lon Sheener didn't keep her in suspense. She told her everything that had happened to Yi Chun on the blue leaf. When she talked about how Yi Chun had defeated Yu Chun in one move, a strange light flashed in Lon Xian's eyes. According to her sister's description, she guessed that Yi Chun had used the vibration sword art. However, being able to knock away Yu Chen's sword and shatter his arm without using true yuan meant that the other's research on the power of vibration had reached a terrifying level. You're saying that you only used the illusion sword art once, and he already pointed out the flaw and modified it. Lon Xian couldn't help but blurt out. Lon Sheener nodded. That's right. At that time, his suggestion was the same as yours. But when I told him that the modified illusion heart and illusion dream couldn't be combined, he immediately raised his opinion. He said that your modification wasn't thorough enough and didn't get to the point. In the next 10 days, a new illusion heart appeared. Amazing! I really want to meet him. An intense battle intent surged in Lan Xin'er's eyes. As a sword artist, there was no one who didn't want to fight against a powerful sword artist. She had fought against graceful prince dozens of times, but the latter had an emperor-grade sword artist guiding him. She was not his opponent at all. Moreover, graceful prince's cultivation base was also higher than hers, having reached the 5th layer of life and death realm. He occupied a spot on the Heavenly King list, although his ranking was quite low. I also want to meet him. The illusion heart has been modified, but the illusion dream has not. Only after these two moves are modified will I be able to see the true essence of this mysterious sword art. Lan Xin'er sighed. Second lady, there's a young sword artist outside looking for you. He asked me to inform you. Suddenly, a guard ran in and said loudly, "Young sword artist? Is it young Master Yi?" Lan Xin'er's eyes brightened as she said, "Is he wearing blue clothes?" "Yes." The guard nodded. "Bring him here quickly." Soon, Yichen arrived under the guard's lead. "Young Master Yi." Lan Xin'er went up to greet him. "Lady Xin'er, Yichen is here to visit. I hope I didn't disturb you." Yichen had a smile on his face. While speaking, he sized up the elegant lady beside Lan Xin'er. "And this is my sister Lan Xin'er." "Sister." "He is the Yichen I mentioned." Lan Xin'er introduced the two. "I'm Yi Chun. Nice to meet you." Yichen nodded. "Lan Xin'er, I've heard about you from Xian. Thank you for helping her modify her sword art." Lan Xin'er nodded and sized up Yi Chun. Yi Chun, dressed in blue and carrying a sword, gave people a quiet and slightly mysterious feeling. There was no sword aura on his body, but it was impossible to ignore. It seemed that he could cut the sky and earth with a wave of his sleeve and walk freely in the starry sky. Of course, this was purely Lan Xin'er's subconscious feeling. Ordinary swordsmen couldn't sense this. Lady Xin'er is talented and intelligent. I just gave her some pointers. Yichen could see that Lan Xin'er was more than 10 times stronger than Lan Xin'er. Whether it was sword aura, sword essence, or aura, they were all much stronger. "Young Master Yi, this way please. I'll make you some tea." On the small lake next to the training field, there was a pavilion. Lan Xin'er invited Yi Chun to the pavilion. Taking a sip of tea, Yi Chun said directly, "Lady Xin'er, I came here this time to ask you for a favor. If you think it's too troublesome, then don't force yourself." "What is it?" "As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." Lan Xin'er asked, "Can you help me sell these demons' battleships?" Yi Chun took out a demon's battleship from his storage ring. It was 700 to 800 meters long and floated above the lake. Large puppet battleships. They belonged to the demons. Lan Xin'er couldn't help but say, "Indeed, I took this demon's battleship from the demons. However, the aura on it is too obvious, and it could easily attract the attention of the demons. So, I want to sell it." Lan Xin'er laughed. "It's a piece of cake. We humans and the demons have always been enemies. Getting their demons' battleships is normal. These demons' battleships can be modified to remove the demonic aura on them, so the demons won't be able to recognize them. You said that there are more of them?" 9 more. Yichen nodded. Hiss. Lan Xin'er and Lan Xin'er exchanged a look. Taking 10 large demons' battleships in one go was not an easy task. Usually, when the large demons' battleships appeared, the demon army would definitely appear. There would be a lot of demon kings inside. So, how did they get 10 demons' battleships? Of course, they wouldn't get to the bottom of this. This was someone else's secret. These demons' battleships are large king-class battleships. Their price is between 30 to 50,000, but not lower than 30,000. I can only give you 300,000 primeval stones for 10 of them. I'll give you the rest after I sell them. Lonshener said, "No problem." He was already very satisfied that she was willing to help him with this. "Where can I buy a Heavenly King-class battleship?" Yichen asked again. Lonshener answered for Lonshener. The Flaming Bird continent has 3 main cities. Only the main cities have Heavenly King-class battleships for auction. As far as I know, in 3 months, Flaming City will hold a large-scale auction. At that time, there will definitely be a Heavenly King-class battleship. Flaming City? Yi Chen had already memorized the names of all the cities on the Flaming Bird planet. Flaming City was more than 3 million miles away from Lanya City. Next, Yi Chen handed the 10 demons' battleships to Lonshener. Lonshener withdrew 300,000 primeval stones from the Lanya family and gave it to Yi Chen. "Young Master Yi, I'm very interested in your sword skills. I wonder if I can spar with Xian." After the business was done, Lonshener asked Yi Chen for a spar. All right. Yi Chen was very straightforward. After all, Lonshener had only helped him once. No matter what, he had to give her sister some face. "This way, please." Lonshener didn't expect Yi Chen to be so straightforward. He gestured with his hand. When they arrived at the training field, Yi Chen and Lonshener stood dozens of meters apart. As for Lonshener, she stood far away, holding her breath. "I wonder how intense this spar will be." "Please." Lonshener pulled out her red sword. Her eyes sharpened. Even from a distance, Lonshener felt a prickling sensation on her skin. She had experienced her sister's strength more than once or twice. Chapter 1037. Go all out. Yi Chen did not pull out the demon-slaying sword. He merely stood there, and a faintly discernible sword, aura, locked onto Lonshener. It was different from other people's sword aura. Yi Chen's sword aura contained softness within hardness and hardness within softness. Under the lock of this sword aura, Lonshener felt a subtle sense of fear for the first time, and her hair stood on end. What level of sword aura is this? Lonshener knew that if she did not make a move now, she would not have the courage to do so. Yi Chen's strength was beyond her imagination. The Yi Chen that her sister Lon Exiner spoke of was not as strong as the Yi Chen in front of her. No, it was not even half as strong. Facing Yi Chen, she felt that she was full of flaws and was full of danger. When God leaves, Lonshener immediately used her ultimate move. Her figure flashed, and a blazing red light slashed out. This red light seemed overbearing, but in reality, it was extremely agile and ethereal. It was like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Any breeze could change its trajectory, making it difficult for the opponent to guard against it. Good move, but it's better to be more pure. With a ding sound, sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen blocked the sword. Hurricane Divine Fire. Using the power of Yi Chen's sword, Lonshener's body shot up into the sky. In the next moment, she swooped down in an even more ferocious manner. Her red sword swept out, and a strong scarlet hurricane swept across the world. It was powerful, but if one really thought that this move was overbearing and rough, they would be wrong. Yi Chen clearly felt that the scorching hurricane sword aura contained countless vortexes. They grew and multiplied endlessly, advancing wave after wave. Once one fell into this hurricane sword aura, they could only passively take a beating, as if they were trapped in a swamp. Good move. Yi Chen didn't retreat, but advanced instead. His figure flickered, directly cutting into the hurricane sword chi. However, what made Lonshener alarmed was that Yi Chen's figure was like a ghost that didn't seem like a human's body. There was no gap in between, and he forcibly passed through. As he passed through, the hurricane sword chi was like a wave that had been split apart, spraying to the sides. Ding! Metal and iron clashed, and the red sword in Lan Xian's hand flew out of her hand. Then, Yi Chen's sword was pointed at the space between her eyebrows. It was clean and efficient, without any hesitation. Lan Xian, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Her sister had been defeated without any suspense. Compared to her sister's sword technique, Yi Chen hadn't used any powerful sword technique at all. He seemed to have completely seen through her sister's sword technique's flaw, and then magnified it to the limit. Lan Xian's expression changed several times as her treasured sword was knocked away. Clang! Sheathing the Demon Slayer's sword, Yi Chen said, "There are actually no flaws in your sword technique. However, in the end, everything has to be simplified. You should develop in the direction of simplicity and not rigidly adhere to the form. Once you achieve the goal of simplifying and returning to complexity, you will have new insights." There was no difference between complexity and simplicity. One was acquired, and the other was innate. They were used to verify each other. When your sword technique was incomparably simple, it could move towards complexity and change. When it reached the limit of complexity, it could become simple, and then continue to be complex. It was an endless cycle with almost no end. Of course, the further you went, the more difficult it would be, and the more powerful it would be. Destroying the world and creating the world would only take a single thought. Please guide me on my sword technique. Out of the expectations of Yi Chen and Lan Xian, Lan Xian suddenly bent down and begged Yi Chen for guidance. She was not her sister, Lan Xian. After sparring with Yi Chen, she knew how terrifying Yi Chen was. Perhaps in the previous exchange, he had only revealed a trace of his ability. The killer move, Hurricane God Fire, was invulnerable in her eyes. Even Prince Jinghong had to rely on absolute strength and speed to break it. However, in the eyes of Yi Chen, it was so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow. The mysterious swordsman in front of her had completely conquered Lan Xian's heart. She knew that if she did not ask Yi Chen for guidance today, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Sister, Lan Xian, had just recovered from the shock, and her expression immediately froze. In her impression, her sister was a person who looked tough on the outside, but was soft on the inside. She was swift and decisive, sometimes very stubborn and very opinionated. She had never thought that her sister would throw away her pride and ask Yi Chen for guidance. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. The other party's action had stunned him for a moment. Forget it. It doesn't matter if it's one less or one more. Does your Lanya family have a place for forging swords? Yi Chen did not reply directly. Yes, our Lanya family is a family of swordsmiths. We have dozens of swordsmithing courtyards. I will arrange the best one for you, Lan Xian said. Thank you. During this period, if I have time, I will come here to give you some pointers. Yi Chen could not waste his time on the two of them. He could only occasionally give them pointers. You agree? Lan Xian's face lit up. The swordsmithing courtyard that Lan Xian arranged for Yi Chen was one of the three great courtyards of the Lanya family, the Earth-Fire courtyard. Of course, the courtyard was mainly used for resting. The place for forging swords was 1,000 meters below the courtyard. The Firebird star was a fire-attributed star. The temperature and purity of the earth fire were very high. After being processed by the flame gathering array, the flame amplification array, the flame purification array, and the flame condensation array, the flames produced were as red as blood. They could melt almost any top-grade metal without any effort. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Having found a suitable place, Yi Chen started to forge the great sword day and night, without sleeping or resting. However, Yi Chen did not just casually forge top-grade swords. He planned to start with top-grade swords of the metal and water elements. Because he had already perfected the metal and water profound, the success rate should be much higher. The higher the success rate, the more profit he would make after recovering his costs. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Yi Chen walked out of the scorching, hot ground. What made him dumbfounded was that Lan Xian and Lan Xian were sitting on the grass in the courtyard. From their posture, it seemed like they had been sitting there for many days. "What are you doing?" Yi Chen said helplessly. Lan Xian said seriously, waiting for young Master Yi to come out. "When I come out, I will inform you. There is no need to waste a lot of time here," Lan Xian said. "If we don't even have this little bit of patience, we are not worthy of young Master Ye's pointers. As for wasting time, I don't think so. Waiting will make our hearts more peaceful. It is not like we will not gain anything. Then let's begin. Miss Xian, let's start with you." Yi Chen promised to help Lan Xian modify the dream. "Okay." Lan Xian nodded excitedly. This modification took 3 days. This was not because the modification of the dream was difficult, but because Lan Xian could not understand Yi Chen's modification. Fortunately, Lan Xian had been training with her. After 3 days, Lan Xian gradually mastered the new dream and improved significantly. When it came to Lan Xian, Yi Chen did not help her modify the sword moves. The other party's sword moves were self-created and could not compare to the ancient sword techniques that Lan Xian had obtained from the mysterious mystic realm. No matter how good the modification was, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If the modification was too good, it would become Yi Chen's sword moves and not Lan Xian's. Therefore, Yi Chen only pointed at Lan Xian's weak points. For example, the most basic swordsmanship. Do not underestimate the basic swordsmanship. Any powerful swordsmanship was made up of the basic swordsmanship. It was just like the entire world was made up of energy particles. The better the basic swordsmanship, the better the foundation. It was like a skyscraper. If the foundation was not solid, the skyscraper would have safety problems. It could not be built higher or stronger. Before entering the sword world, Yi Chen's basic swordsmanship had already reached perfection. No one in Elysium could compare to him. After entering the sword world and seeing countless kinds of swordsmanship, Yi Chen's basic swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle. It was not an exaggeration to say that even the swordsmanship of the snow sword of Gojoseon and the Star Sword King was very immature in Yi Chen's eyes. At the beginning, Lan Xian did not think much of Yi Chen's pointers. She thought that he was looking down on her. But after one day, Lan Xian was completely convinced. The ordinary basic swordsmanship in Yi Chen's hands was like a god. It was to the point of turning something rotten into something magical. For example, when she did not use any true yuan will or sword power, a simple stab was 10 times stronger than hers. It was clearly the same amount of power. Basic swordsmanship can allow you to truly understand the way of the sword and understand how to control the sword energy. Don't think that comprehending the profoundness is everything. In fact, profoundness is also a way of using power. Before forging the sword, Yi Chen said a sentence that was easy to understand to Lan Xian. As for how much she understood, that was not something he could control. "Sister, what do you think young Master Ye's background is? Why do I feel like he knows everything? There are no secrets in his eyes." Looking at Yi Chen's back, Lan Xian came over. Lan Xian said, "There are countless geniuses in the universe like stars in the sky. There are also many geniuses of the way of the sword. There will always be a few geniuses who walk in front of everyone else and understand mysteries that others do not. Young Master Yi is one of them. Time flowed like water. There was no turning back. It was already the last few days of the 3rd month. In the depths of the Earthfire courtyard. In 3 months, I've scrapped 4 swords and forged 2 defective ones. However, I've also succeeded in forging 2 swords. 2 swords floated in front of Yi Chun. One was gold with a tinge of blue, filled with a masculine golden aura. The other was blue with a tinge of ink. The body of the sword seemed to contain a vast ocean. When forging a supreme-grade treasure sword, even a supreme-grade swordsmith's success rate was not very high. A 50% success rate was already a top supreme-grade swordsmith. A 30% success rate was a rather famous supreme-grade swordsmith. Although Yi Chen's talent in sword forging was not inferior to his comprehension of the way of the sword, his foundation was still shallow. His success rate was only above 10%. The treasure sword with a tinge of gold with a tinge of blue was a metal attribute sword. It was a low-grade supreme-grade sword. Yi Chun had named it Star Cutter, meaning that it was unstoppable and tyrannical. The sword with a tinge of ink, with a tinge of blue, was a water attribute sword. It had reached the mid-grade, supreme grade. Its name was Vast Ocean. The sword's power was vast and endless. Chapter 1038. On the ground, Lan Shiner and Lan Shiner were both practicing their swordsmanship. Sir Yi. Seeing Yi Chun come out, the two stopped. You've both improved a lot in the past 3 months. Miss Shiner, your swordsmanship is more decisive than before, and your sword intent will break through to level 7 soon. Miss Xian, your basic swordsmanship is improving every day. If you have another 3 months, you should be able to reach a higher level. Next, you'll have to rely on your own hard work. Relying on others can only last for a while. Yi Chen's eyes were as gentle as water. He swept his gaze over the two, as if all their secrets were no longer secrets to him. Sir Yi, are you going to Fire City? Lan Shiner asked. I've been on the Firebird planet for a while now. It's time to look around. I hope to see a new you the next time we meet. Goodbye. After saying this, Yi Chun directly rose into the sky and flew out of the city. He really left just like that. Lan Shiner pursed her lips. Don't worry. The next time we meet, Lan Shiner, will improve to a level that will shock you. Lan Shiner murmured with a determined look. The greater the pressure, the greater the improvement. The pressure on a planet with life is still too small. In the sky outside the city, Yi Chun thought to himself. Lan Shiner and Lan Shiner's talent was not much weaker than Elysium's Duguju and the others. However, in the same realm, their battle strength was barely satisfactory. In Elysium, the alien race's calamity was everyone's nightmare. In order to survive the calamity and defeat the invasion of the demons and the evil spirit race, everyone was desperately evolving. This kind of humiliation and pressure made them continuously become stronger and break through their limits. Swoosh! His protective true yuan rubbed against the atmosphere as Yi Chun flashed into the sky like a spark. Yuan Qing, have you heard? 3 months ago, the rising Sun Sword King, Yi Chun, was defeated by a mysterious swordsman on the blue leaf. It's said that he was defeated with 1 sword. The light red sky was as brilliant as fire. 2 figures flew side by side, their speed exceeding 1,000 times the speed of sound. The one who spoke was a young man on the left, with a shallow scar on his cheek. That's right. Although Yi Chun is a bit weaker than us, and can't be ranked among the Firebird planet's 10 heroes, he is not a pushover. Defeating him with 1 sword strike is not an easy task. The bald youth on the right nodded. I'm not surprised that Yu Chen was defeated. What I'm concerned about is why young Master Firebird didn't make a move. Could it be that he's afraid of trouble? That makes sense. Don't be arrogant. However, that is just his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked above the two of us, said the scarred youngster with a smile. If there was a knowledgeable person here, they would definitely recognize these two youths as Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing, who were ranked 6th and 8th among the Firebird planet's 10 heroes. Although Luo Yinkong's strength was only ranked 6th, his Qinggong was only below young Master Jinghong's, and Yuan Qing's hammer technique was exceptionally domineering. He was known as the Shattered Star King. Perhaps young Master Firebird. One day, I will defeat him. Clenching his fists, Yuan Qing said, "Hee, we can talk about the future in the future. Let's speed up." This time, the Fire City's ranking meeting was actually held 3 days in advance. Luckily, we got the news early. Luo Yinkong smiled and increased his speed. Indeed, on the Firebird planet, one's speed can only be increased to 1% without any resistance. The Starfire continued to increase its speed, its outer layer burning with pure flames. In Elysium, once one's speed reached a certain level, one would be able to escape into the void, and the friction with the air would not be as strong. However, on the Firebird planet, no matter how fast one's speed was, one would not be able to escape into the void. This led to the higher one's speed, the greater the friction. Every time one increased their speed, the pressure they had to bear would multiply, and the consumption of Zhenyuan would also multiply. The speed gradually slowed down, maintaining a speed of 1,500 times the speed of sound. Yichen did not want to waste too much Zhenyuan. He could fight with people for 3 days and 3 nights, or even 7 days and nights. However, he had a feeling that if he kept increasing his speed, his Zhenyuan would be exhausted within 2 hours. This was an extremely frightening consumption rate, and it was also the law of the universe. The faster one's speed was, the more kinetic energy they would need. Even if he was proficient in the space profound, he could only slow down this rate. Fire City was one of the 3 main cities of the Firebird continent. It was different from the other cities. Flying was prohibited in the sky above Fire City, and everyone had to enter the city through the main gate. This was because the city lord of this city was the Leaf Flame Mystic Emperor. In the universe, if one wanted to become an emperor, their cultivation base had to be at the 7th sky of life and death realm, and the Leaf Flame Mystic Emperor was a 7th sky of life and death realm warrior. On the street outside the east gate of Fire City, there were countless figures of people. The number of people could not be counted. We're finally here. Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing landed on the street and walked toward the east gate. Suddenly, the two raised their heads at the same time, looking at the sky. That is, swoosh, a tall figure descended. His figure was extremely heavy, giving off the feeling of a mountain or a vast ocean. However, when he landed on the ground, he felt as light as a feather, landing without a sound. It was as if the weight of his body had disappeared, and it was just an illusion. As this person landed, the surrounding noise disappeared completely, replaced by a deathly stillness. The people in the vicinity felt as if their bodies had gone numb, unable to move. Even moving a finger was difficult. Their eyes fixated on the descending figure as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. What a frightening blade chi! Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing's pupils dilated as they remained motionless. The person who came was very young. He looked to be in his 20s. His appearance was cold and extraordinary. He had a head of wild black hair. His eyebrows were like knives, and his eyes were like knives. His fluttering clothes gave people a kind of domineering sharpness when he drew his knife. His figure was tall and straight. He was more than 2 meters tall. Standing there, he was like a saber that could support heaven and earth. lifeless blade artist, Lung Fifan. Luo Yinkong uttered these words with great difficulty. Crack! All of a sudden, Luo Yinkong's entire body seemed to have been electrocuted. His heart stopped beating, his blood stopped flowing, and his eyes became sluggish. All of this was caused by a casual glance from Lung Fifan. Too powerful. Is this the lifeless blade artist Lung Fifan from the king list? In the distance, many people looked over. Lifeless blade artist Lung Fifan came from the giant blade star. He was 44 years old this year and was at the fourth sky of life and death realm, ranked 7th on the heavenly king list. He was a horrifying genius with a peerless talent for blade Dao. His blade arts were said to have reached the level of lifeless and deathless. Under one blade strike, even ghosts and gods would find it hard to escape. As for the king list, it was a monster list. In order to enter this list, one had to be under 50 years old and be a genius among geniuses. This list only had 100 spots. Anyone on the list had an extremely frightening strength. Among the 10 heroes of the Firebird Star, only the first ranked Jinghong Prince had entered the list. However, even with his cultivation base at the 5th sky of life and death realm, he was only ranked 94, completely incomparable to Lung Fifan. Lung Fifan had once been praised by an expert who had surpassed the 7th sky of life and death realm, saying that he was one of the geniuses who had the highest hope of reaching the peak of Blade Dao. Therefore, everyone recognized that within the same realm, Lung Fifan was almost invincible. Even the top 6 monstrous geniuses on the king list could only suppress him with their cultivation base. Such a frightening blade artist had actually come to the Firebird Star, to the Fire City. Could it be that there was something he wanted in the auction? Just as Lung Fifan was about to step toward the east gate, another figure flew over from the sky. Swish! The figure landed on the ground. It was a young man in blue robes, with a long sword hanging on his waist. His long, elegant hair was as black as ink, without a trace of dust. It was Yi Chun. This guy dares to land next to Lung Fifan? He's really not afraid of death. Everyone was alarmed to find that Yi Chun had no intention of avoiding Lung Fifan. He directly landed beside the ladder, and the distance between the two was no more than 10 meters. However, Yi Chun's arrival also startled Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing. They retreated repeatedly, increasing the distance between them. The blade chi on the ladder's body was too frightening. Even if it was released unintentionally, it was still not something they could endure. No matter how a lion tried to disguise itself, it was still a lion after all. Its aura and innate power could not be concealed. Lung Fifan was undoubtedly a lion. Interesting. I can't believe I met a blade artist who has developed his cell will to such a level. Yi Chun sized up Lung Fifan. The reason why the latter's blade chi was so frightening was because his cell will was extraordinarily powerful. Each of his cells contained a frightening blade intent. This meant that the latter's power control had already reached a higher level, far surpassing De Guju. While Yi Chun was sizing up Lung Fifan was also sizing him up. Their gazes collided. Swish! Blinding electric sparks exploded in the air, which was a sign that the will of a gaze was affecting the environment. Shit, retreat now. The crowd felt like their souls were struck by lightning, causing them to retreat even further. They did not expect Yi Chun to be such a terrifying presence. They could not withstand the confrontation between the two. Lung Fifan unleashed a saber aura as if he was trying to test Yi Chun's strength. The saber aura tore the air apart as if the heavens and earth were being split in half. Yi Chun let out a smile as the vague sword aura on his body was automatically activated. At the same time, the space suddenly stopped for a moment, but it was soon concealed again. Pop! A soft sound was heard as the space between the two became empty. You're very strong. Lung Fifan left and headed toward the east gate. Duguju, you'll be excited if you're here. He's a blade artist who's far ahead of you. Yichin headed toward the east gate as well. Not long after the two left, the place they were standing before suddenly shattered into pieces. Marks of saber and sword intertwined with one another, resulting in a shocking scene.